This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. From indices, we know that if we have a divided by b exponent negative x divided by y, it can be written as b divided by a exponent x divided by y. So the numerator becomes the denominator, and the denominator becomes the numerator, and then the negative on the exponent will be positive. If we apply this to the first one, then 16 divided by 81 exponent negative 3 divided by 4 is the same as 81 divided by 16 exponent 3 divided by 4. It is being multiplied by 100 divided by 81 exponent 1 divided by 2. 81 can be written in index form as 3 exponent 4, and 16 can also be written in index form as 2 exponent 4. 100 can be written in index form as 10 exponent 2, and 81 can be written in index form as 9 exponent 2. Once again, we know from indices that if we have a exponent x divided by b exponent x, it can be written as a divided by b exponent x. So in the same way, if we have 3 exponent 4 divided by 2 exponent 4, it can be written as 3 divided by 2 exponent 4. But don't forget, we already have 3 exponent 4 here, so the 4 will multiply the 3 exponent 4 that was already there. And in the same way, 10 exponent 2 divided by 9 exponent 2 can also be written as 10 divided by 9 exponent 2. But we already have half here, so it will be 2 times half. When we do this, we can see that 4 and 4 cancel. Here 2 and 2 will cancel, and so we will be left with 3 divided by 2 exponent 3 times 10 divided by 9 exponent 1. We know that if we have a divided by b exponent x, it can be written as a exponent x divided by b exponent x. So you give the exponent to the numerator, and then you give it to the denominator. If we apply that here, then we are going to have 3 exponent 3, which will give us 27, divided by 2 exponent 3, which will give us 8, times 10 exponent 1, which will give us 10, divided by 9 exponent 1, which will give us 9. 27 divided by 8 times 10 divided by 9 will give us 15 divided by 4. So when we simplify this, we are going to have 15 divided by 4. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. In the diagram, O is the center of the circle with radius 18 centimeters. If the angle ZXY is equal to 70 degrees, calculate the length of the arc ZY. Take pi as 22 divided by 7. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to find the length of the arc ZY. To get the length of the arc ZY, we will first have to find the angle of the sector. That is the angle ZOY. One of the theorems of a circle is that in a circle, the angle an arc subtends at the center of the circle is twice the angle it subtends at the circumference. So in this circle, the angle that the arc ZY subtends at the center is 2 times the angle that the arc ZY subtends at the circumference. So it means that angle ZOY is equal to 2 times angle ZXY. Angle ZXY is 70 degrees. So angle ZOY will be equal to 2 times 70 degrees, and that will give us 140 degrees. So angle ZOY is 140 degrees. We can now find the length of the arc ZY. The length of the arc ZY will be equal to theta divided by 360 degrees times 2 pi r, where r is the radius of the circle and theta is the angle of the sector. The radius of the circle is 18 centimeters and the angle of the sector is 140 degrees. Pi has been given to us as 22 divided by 7. If we substitute them into this, we are going to have 140 degrees divided by 360 degrees times 2 times 22 divided by 7 times 18 centimeters. And this will give us 44 centimeters. So it means that the length of the arc ZY is 44 centimeters. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. If 2 exponent A is equal to square root of 64 and B divided by A is equal to 3, evaluate A squared plus B squared. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have been given 2 equations here. The first one is 2 exponent A is equal to square root of 64, and the second one is B divided by A is equal to 3. We are going to solve these 2 equations for the values of A and B. After that, we will use those values to evaluate A squared plus B squared. Let's consider the first equation. 2 exponent A is equal to square root of 64. Square root of 64 is 8. So 2 exponent A is equal to 8. 8 can be written in index form as 2 exponent 3. So we have 2 exponent A is equal to 2 exponent 3. If 2 exponent A is equal to 2 exponent 3, then we can say that A is equal to 3. So the value of A is 3. The second equation is B divided by A is equal to 3. We have found A to be 3, so we can replace A with 3. When we do that, we are going to have B divided by 3 is equal to 3. I'll multiply both sides by 3 to remove the fraction. When I do that, we will see that 3 and 3 will be gone, and so we will have B is equal to 3 times 3. 3 times 3 is 9. So the value of A is 3 and the value of B is 9. We can now find A squared plus B squared. A is 3 and B is 9. So A squared plus B squared will be equal to 3 squared plus 9 squared. 3 squared plus 9 squared will give us 90. So when we evaluate A squared plus B squared, we are having 90. When we look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. The volume of a cone of height 10.5 centimeters is 395 centimeters cubed. Find the radius of the cone. Take pi as 22 divided by 7. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question tells us that a cone has a height of 10.5 centimeters and its volume is 395 centimeters cubed. We are going to use this information to calculate the radius of the cone. The volume of a cone is given by the formula 1 divided by 3 pi r squared h, where r is the radius of the cone and h is the height of the cone. Here, the height of the cone is 10.5 centimeters and the volume is 395 centimeters cubed. Pi has been given to us as 22 divided by 7. Let's substitute this information into the formula so that we can find the value of r, which is the radius. When we do that, we are going to have 1 divided by 3 times pi, which is 22 divided by 7, times r squared times h, the height, which is 10.5 centimeters, and that is equal to 395 centimeters cubed, which is the volume. 1 divided by 3 times 22 divided by 7 times 10.5 will give us 11. So we will have 11 r squared is equal to 395. I'll divide both sides by 11, and when I do that, we are going to have r squared is equal to 395 divided by 11. To get r, I'll take square root of both sides. So we have square root of r squared is equal to square root of 395 divided by 11. Square root of r squared will give us r. Square root of 395 divided by 11 will give us 5.99. When we correct that to the nearest whole number, we are going to have 6. So it means that the radius of the cone is 6 centimeters. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. Find a vector which translates the point 54 to the point 26. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. A translation vector translates the point 54 such that it gives the image 2, 6. The question wants us to find the translation vector. If a point is transformed in the xy plane by a translation vector, you get the image by adding the coordinates of the point to the translation vector. So point plus translation vector is equal to the image. We are looking for the translation vector here, so let's make translation vector the subject of this equation. When we do that, we are going to have translation vector is equal to image minus point. The point is 54 and the image is 26. So the translation vector will be equal to the image, which is 26, minus the point, which is 54. 2 minus 5 will give us -3, and 6 minus 4 will give us 2. So it means that the translation vector is -3, 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. If 2 exponent -n is equal to x, find 2 exponent n plus 1. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that 2 exponent -n is equal to x. From indices, we know that if we have a exponent -b, it can be written as 1 divided by a exponent b. So if we apply that here, then 2 exponent -n can also be written as 1 divided by 2 exponent n, and this is equal to x. Let's find 2 exponent n. To do that, I'll multiply the left hand side by 2 exponent n and multiply the right hand side also by 2 exponent n. 2 exponent n and 2 exponent n will be gone, and so we have 1 is equal to x times 2 exponent n. I want to find 2 exponent n, so I'll divide both sides by x. When I do that, x and x will be gone, so I'll have 1 divided by x is equal to 2 exponent n. The question says we should find 2 exponent n plus 1. From indices, we know that if we have a exponent x plus y, it can be written as a exponent x times a exponent y. So if we apply that here, then 2 exponent n plus 1 can be written as 2 exponent n times 2 exponent 1. We have found 2 exponent n to be 1 divided by x, so we can replace 2 exponent n with 1 divided by x. When we do that, we are going to have 1 divided by x times 2 exponent 1 is 2. So we have 1 divided by x times 2. And 1 divided by x times 2 gives us 2 divided by x. So if 2 exponent negative n is x, then 2 exponent n plus 1 is 2 divided by x. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. Which of the following vector is parallel to the vector negative 4, 3? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are looking for the vector that is parallel to the vector negative 4, 3. If 2 vectors are parallel to each other, then one is a scalar multiple of the other. So if 2 vectors are parallel, it means that one vector is a scalar multiple of the other. The vector given to us is negative 4, 3. So among the 4 options here, we are looking for the vector that is a scalar multiple of negative 4, 3. When we look through them, we can see that if we multiply negative 4, 3 by 2, we are going to get negative 8, 6. Because 2 times negative 4 will give us negative 8, and 2 times 3 will give us 6. So it means that negative 8, 6 is a scalar multiple of negative 4, 3. And because negative 8, 6 is a scalar multiple of negative 4, 3, we can say that negative 4, 3 is parallel to negative 8, 6. So among the options given to us here, the vector that is parallel to negative 4, 3 is negative 8, 6. This is because it is a scalar multiple of negative 4, 3. So the correct option is C, negative 8, 6. A bicycle wheel of radius 42 centimeters is rolled over a distance of 66 meters. How many revolutions does it make? Take pi as 22 divided by 7. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. When a circle is rolled over a distance, the number of revolutions it makes will be given by the distance covered divided by the circumference of the circle. So here, the number of revolutions that is made by the wheel will be equal to the distance covered by the wheel, which is given to us as 66 meters, divided by the circumference of the wheel. So we have to find the circumference of the wheel. The circumference of the wheel will be given by the formula 2 pi r, where r is the radius of the wheel, and r is given to us as 42 centimeters. Pi has been given to us as 22 divided by 7. So the circumference is equal to 2 times 22 divided by 7 times 42 centimeters. And this will give us 264 centimeters. The question tells us that the total distance covered by the wheel is 66 meters. We are going to divide 66 meters by 264 centimeters. But before we can do the division, they all have to be in the same unit. The total distance is in meters and the circumference is in centimeters. So I'm going to convert 66 meters to centimeters. We know that 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters. So 66 meters will be equal to 66 times 100 centimeters. And that will give us 6,600 centimeters. So the total distance covered by the wheel is 6,600 centimeters, and the circumference is 264 centimeters. So we can find the number of revolutions. The number of revolutions is equal to the total distance covered, which is 6,600 centimeters, divided by the circumference of the wheel, which is 264 centimeters. And this will give us 25. So the number of revolutions that the wheel make is 25. When we look through the options, we can see that the correct option is C. Given that tan y is equal to -1 divided by 4, and y is between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, find cos y. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question tells us that tan y is equal to -1 divided by 4, and y falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees. Tan y is negative because it falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees. We are going to use this information to find cos y. Let's present what we have here on a right-angled triangle. If we have the right-angled triangle ABC, like the one we have here, and we choose this angle as y, we know that tan is opposite divided by adjacent. So it means that the opposite will be 1 and the adjacent side will be 4. The negative sign is because it falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees. On our right angle triangle here, we can see that AC will be the hypotenuse because it is the longest side, or the side facing the right angle. We can use the Pythagoras theorem to find the side AC. If we apply the Pythagoras theorem here, we are going to have AC squared is equal to AB squared plus BC squared. AB is 4, BC is 1. So we have AC squared plus 1 squared plus 4 squared. 1 squared plus 4 squared will give us 17. So AC squared is equal to 17. We take square root of both sides and we have AC is equal to square root of 17. So the side AC is square root of 17. Cos is adjacent divided by hypotenuse. But let's consider something here. The question tells us that the angle y falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees. If we consider the 4 quadrants like the one we have here, if the angle falls between 0 degrees and 90 degrees, then sine of the angle is positive, cos of the angle is positive, and tan of the angle is also positive. That is, if it falls between 0 degrees and 90 degrees. If the angle falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, it is only sine of the angle that is positive. That is why here tan y is negative, because y falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, and between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, it is only sine that is positive. If the angle falls between 180 degrees and 270 degrees, it is only tan that is positive. Sine is negative and cos is also negative. And if the angle falls between 270 degrees and 360 degrees, it is only cos that is positive. Sine is negative and tan is also negative. Here the question tells us that the angle falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees. It means that the angle is in this quadrant. And in this quadrant, it is only sine that is positive. So it means that if we find cos y is going to be negative. Let's find cos y from the diagram we have here. We know that cos is adjacent divided by hypotenuse. So cos y will be the adjacent side, which is 4, divided by the hypotenuse, which is square root of 17. So cos y will be 4 divided by square root of 17. But because it falls between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, cos y will be negative, because between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, it is only sine that is positive. Cos is negative and tan is also negative. So cos y is equal to negative 4 divided by 17. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is D. P, Q, and R are subsets of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If P is equal to S is such that X is less than 6, and Q is equal to Y is such that Y is between 3 and 8, and R is equal to even numbers, find P intersection Q intersection R. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that set P, Q, and R are all subsets of this set. It means that all the members of set P, Q, and R belongs to this set. So let's list the members of set P. Set P is giving us S is such that X is less than 6. But P is a subset of this set. So it means that the members in set P are numbers that are less than 6 that we can find in this set. So in this set, what are the numbers less than 6? They are 2, 3, 4, 5. So it means that the members of set P are 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's move on to set Q. Set Q is giving us Y is such that Y is between 3 and 8. So numbers greater than 3 but less than 8. Q is a subset of this set. So it means that the members in set Q are the numbers that are greater than 3 and less than 8 that we can find in this set. And those numbers are 4, 5, 6, and 7. So the members in set Q are 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's consider set R. Set R is given to us as even numbers. R is a subset of this set. So it means that the members in set R are the even numbers that we can find in this set. And the even numbers in this set are 2, 4, 6, 8. So it means that the members in set R are 2, 4, 6, 8. We now have the members of set P, set Q, and set R. The question says we should find P intersection Q intersection R. The members in P intersection Q intersection R are the members that belongs to set P, set Q, and set R. If we consider set P, set Q, and set R carefully, we can see that the only member that belongs to all three sets is 4. 4 is in set P, 4 is in set Q, and 4 is in set R. So P intersection Q intersection R is 4. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is D. Simplify 27 exponent 1 divided by 2 times 64 exponent 1 divided by 3 divided by 81 exponent 1 divided by 4. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. 27 exponent 1 divided by 2 times 64 exponent 1 divided by 3 divided by 81 exponent 1 divided by 4 can be written as 27 exponent 1 divided by 2 times 64 exponent 1 divided by 3 divided by 81 exponent 1 divided by 4. From indices, we know that if we have a exponent 1 divided by 2, it can be written as square root of a. So if we apply this here, then 27 exponent 1 divided by 2 can be written as square root of 27. 64 can be written in index form as 4 exponent 3, but we already have exponent 1 divided by 3 here, so we will have 4 exponent 3 times 1 divided by 3. 81 can be written in index form as 3 exponent 4. We already have exponent 1 divided by 4 here, so we have 3 exponent 4 times 1 divided by 4. When you do that, you can see that 3 and 3 will cancel, 4 and 4 will cancel. Square root of 27 can be written as square root of 9 times 3 times 3 and 3 is gone, so we have 4 exponent 1, which is 4. Here 4 and 4 is gone, so we have 3 exponent 1, which is 3. Square root of 9 times 3 will give us 3 root 3. So we have 3 root 3 times 4 divided by 3. 3 and 3 will cancel each other, and so we are going to have square root of 3 times 4 divided by 1. Square root of 3 times 4 divided by 1 will give us 4 root 3. So when we simplify this, we are going to have 4 root 3. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. A liter of petrol costs 550 cedis. The average fuel consumption of a car is 4.55 liters per 30 kilometers. What is the cost of petrol for a journey of 150 kilometers to the nearest city? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that a liter of petrol costs 550 cedis, and the average fuel consumption of a car is 4.55 liters per 30 kilometers. So it means that for every 30 kilometers, the car consumes 4.55 liters of petrol. And so we are supposed to use this information to calculate the cost of petrol for a journey of 150 kilometers. Then we will correct our answer to the nearest city. The question says that the average fuel consumption of the car is 4.55 liters per 30 kilometers. It means that for every 30 kilometers, the car consumes 4.55 liters of petrol. So let's find the number of liters of petrol that the car will consume if it travels 150 kilometers. For every 30 kilometers, the car consumes 4.55 liters. So for 150 kilometers, will it be more than 4.55 liters or less? If 30 kilometers is giving us 4.55 liters, obviously 150 kilometers will give us more. If more, let's divide. Between 150 kilometers and 30 kilometers, 30 kilometers is less, so it's going to divide. And so we are going to have 150 kilometers divided by 30 kilometers times 2.55 liters. And this will give us 22.75 liters. It means that for the 150 kilometer journey, the car will consume 22.75 liters of petrol. The question tells us that a liter of petrol costs 550 cedis. So 1 liter is 550 cedis. So if 1 liter is 550 cedis, then what will be the cost for 22.75 liters, which will be the number of liters of petrol the car will consume for the 150 kilometer journey? 1 liter costs 550 cedis. 22.75 liters, will it cost more than 550 cedis or less? Obviously, it's going to be more. If more, let's divide. Between 1 liter and 22.75 liters, 1 liter is less, so it's going to divide. And so we are going to have 22.75 liters divided by 1 liter times 550 cedis. 22.75 divided by 1 times 550 will give us 12,512.5 cedis. The question says that we should correct our answer to the nearest city. If you correct 12,512.5 cedis to the nearest city, you are going to have 12,513 cedis. And so it means that the cost of 22.75 liters of petrol needed for the 150 kilometers journey to the nearest city is 12,513 cedis. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is A. Which of the following is the image of -2, 5 under the mapping xy maps to 2y as the x coordinate and y minus 2x as the y coordinate? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The rule for the mapping given to us is xy maps to 2y as the x coordinate and y minus 2x as the y coordinate. The point is -2, 5. So it means that where we see x, we replace it with -2, and where we see y, we replace it with 5. So -2, 5 will give us 2 times y, which is 5, and then the y coordinate we have y, which is 5, minus 2 times x, which is -2. 2 times 5 will give us 10. -2 times -2 give us +4. So you have 5 plus 4. 5 plus 4 will give us 9. So it means that using this rule, negative 2, 5 will give us 10, 9. So the point negative 2, 5 will give us the image 10, 9. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is D. The table below gives the marks of 20 students in an examination. Find the median mark for the distribution. So in the table, we have the marks from 1 to 10 and their corresponding frequencies. This is a multiple choice question, and so we solve the question, and after that we pick the correct option. The question says that we should find the median mark for the distribution. The median mark will be the mark that falls at the center or the middle of the distribution after the marks have been arranged in ascending or descending order of magnitude. That is, after the marks have been arranged from the smallest to the highest or the highest to the smallest. Here the marks have been arranged in ascending order, so from the smallest to the highest, from 1 to 10. And we have their frequencies. The median will be the mark that falls at the middle or the center. The total number of students is 20. So it means that the middle or the center will be half of 20. Half of 20 is 10. So the median will be the mark that falls at the 10th position. The 10th position will be the middle. So what we have to do here is that we will count the frequencies until we get to the mark that falls at the 10th position. The first frequency is 2. The one after that is 1. 2 plus 1 will give us 3. The next one is 3. So you add 3 to 3, and that gives us 6. The next one is 3. You add 3 to 6, that gives us 9. The next one is 4. You add 4 to 9, that gives us 13. It means that the 10th position is at 5. The 11th position is also at 5. The 12th position is at 5. And the 13th position is at 5. The 10th position will give us the median mark. And we have seen that the 10th position is at 5. So it means the median mark is 5. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is C. Solve 4 plus 3x is less than 10 if x is positive. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The inequality is 4 plus 3x is less than 10. Let's solve this inequality. When we group like terms, we are going to have 3x is less than 10 minus 4. 10 minus 4 give us 6. So we have 3x is less than 6. We want to find x, so we will divide both sides by 3. So we are going to have x is less than 6 divided by 3. 6 divided by 3 will give us 2. So we have x is less than 2. But the question says that x is positive. Let's present this solution on a number line. If we present this solution on a number line, it's going to look like this. X is less than 2. The question says that x is positive. If x is positive, what it means is that on a number line, x is between 0 and 2. X is positive, so we are going to ignore the negative side. We are going to ignore this side. It's not included. This is because x is positive. So if x is positive, then x will be between 0 and 2. if x is between 0 and 2, then we can say that x is greater than 0 but less than 2. So it means that if x is positive, then the solution to this inequality is x is greater than 0 but less than 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. When the point 4, 5 is reflected in the line L, its image is 4, negative 5. What is the equation of the line L? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. A point 4, 5 is reflected using the line L as the mirror line, and it gives us the image 4, negative 5. The question wants us to find the equation of the line L. So in this transformation, 4, 5 gives us 4, negative 5. Let's use this to deduce the rule of the transformation. 4, 5 is giving us 4, negative 5. It means that the rule is xy maps to x, negative y. The x coordinate of the point is the same as the x coordinate of the image, but the y coordinate of the image is the negative of the y coordinate of the point. So xy gives us x, negative y. This is the rule of the transformation when a point is reflected in the line y is equal to 0. When a point is reflected in the line y is equal to 0, the rule of the transformation is xy maps to x, negative y. It means that the line that was used as the mirror line here is the line y is equal to 0. So the equation of line L is y is equal to 0. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. Find the vector which translates the point 2, 4 to the point 5, 3. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. A translation vector translates the point 2, 4, and it gives us the image 5, 3. When a point is transformed in the xy plane, you get the image by adding the coordinates of the point to the translation vector. So we have point plus translation vector is equal to image. Here we are looking for the translation vector. So let's make translation vector the subject of this equation. When we do that, we are going to have translation vector is equal to image minus point. The image is 5, 3 and the point is 2, 4. So the translation vector will be equal to 5, 3 minus 2, 4. 5 minus 2 will give us 3. 3 minus 4 will give us negative 1. So the translation vector is 3, negative 1. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. Express 25 base 10 as a number in base 2. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to express 25 base 10 as a number in base 2. To do this, I will draw a 3-column table. We are going to convert the number to base 2. The number is 25. The third one will be for the remainder. We will begin by dividing 25 by 2. 25 divided by 2 gives us 12, and we will have a remainder of 1. 12 divided by 2 gives us 6, remainder 0. 6 divided by 2 gives us 3, remainder 0. 3 divided by 2 gives us 1, remainder 1. We are left with 1 here, which is less than the base, and so we will have it here. After that, we will read the numbers in this direction. So we are going to have 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, base 2. So when we convert 25 base 10 to base 2, we are going to have 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, base 2. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, base 2. In the diagram, O is the center of the circle. The line PQ and line RS are tangents to the circle. Find the value of M plus N. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. Let's call this point point A, this point B, and this point C. One of the theorems of a circle is that in a circle, the angle, the diameter of a circle subtends at the circumference is 90 degrees. In this diagram, the question tells us that O is the center and AC passes through the center and it touches both ends of the circumference. So it means that AC is a diameter. The theorem says that the diameter subtends an angle of 90 degrees at the circumference. So it means that the angle ABC, which is the angle subtended by the diameter at the circumference, is 90 degrees. So the value of the angle here is 90 degrees. Another theorem of a circle is that a tangent to a circle makes an angle of 90 degrees to the diameter at the point of contact. So at the point of contact, the tangent makes an angle of 90 degrees with the diameter. It means that the total angle here is 90 degrees and the total angle here too is 90 degrees. If the total angle here is 90 degrees and this angle is M, then it means that angle BAC, that's the angle formed here, will be 90 degrees minus M. So the angle here is 90 degrees minus M. And in the same way, if the total angle here is 90 degrees and the angle formed here is N, then it means that angle ACB, that's the angle formed here, is 90 degrees minus N. So the interior angle of the triangle here is 90 degrees minus M. The angle here is 90 degrees minus N. And the one we have here is 90 degrees. We know that in a triangle, if you add all the interior angles together, you are going to have 180 degrees. So it means that angle ABC plus angle ACB plus angle CAB is equal to 180 degrees. And so 90 degrees plus 90 degrees minus N plus 90 degrees minus M is equal to 180 degrees. Remember that we are looking for M plus N. We can get that from this equation. 90 degrees plus 90 degrees plus 90 degrees will give us 270 degrees. So you have 270 degrees minus N minus M is equal to 180 degrees. When we rearrange this, we are going to have 270 degrees minus 180 degrees is equal to M plus N. 270 degrees minus 180 degrees is 90 degrees. So it means that the value of M plus N is 90 degrees. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is C. If tan y is positive and sin y is negative, in which quadrant would y lie? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. Tan y is positive and sin y is negative. Let's consider this xy plane. In trigonometry, the angles are measured from the positive x-axis in an anti-clockwise direction. So this will be our starting point. Here will be 0 degrees. Here will be 90 degrees. Here will be 180 degrees. Here will be 270 degrees. And then we will come back to 360 degrees. Between 0 degrees and 90 degrees is known as the first quadrant. And in this quadrant, all the trig ratios are positive. So sine of an angle is positive in this quadrant, tan of an angle is positive in this quadrant, and cos of an angle is also positive in this quadrant. Between 90 degrees and 180 degrees is known as the second quadrant. In this quadrant, it is only sine of an angle that is positive. Cos will be negative and tan will also be negative. Between 180 degrees and 270 degrees is known as the third quadrant. In this quadrant, it is only tan that is positive. So sine is negative and cos is also negative. The last quadrant is between 270 degrees and 360 degrees. It is called the fourth quadrant. And in this quadrant, it is only cos of an angle that is positive. Tan of an angle will be negative and sine of an angle will also be negative. So if tan y is positive, it means that y falls between either 0 degrees and 90 degrees or 180 degrees and 270 degrees, because between these two quadrants tan y will be positive. If it falls between 0 degrees and 90 degrees, tan y will be positive. If it falls between 180 degrees and 270 degrees, tan y will be positive. But there is another condition to attached, and the condition is that sin y is negative. If sin y is negative, then it means that y is between 180 degrees and 270 degrees, because it is only within this quadrant that these two conditions will be satisfied. Between 180 degrees and 270 degrees, tan y is positive and sin y is negative. If you consider between 0 degrees and 90 degrees, tan y is positive and sin y is positive, but the question says sin y is negative, and so we can conclude that y, the angle, it falls between 180 degrees and 270 degrees, and as we can see from here, that is the third quadrant. So if tan y is positive and sin y is negative, it means that y lies in the third quadrant. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. Simplify A divided by B minus B divided by A minus C divided by B. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We have A divided by B minus B divided by A minus C divided by B. To simplify this, we have to find the LCM of the denominators. The denominators are B, A, and B, so the LCM will be AB. After that, we will divide each denominator by the LCM, and then we will use the result to multiply the numerator. So for the first one, we will have AB divided by B, and that will give us A. Then we will use A to multiply the numerator here, which is A. So we are going to have A times A, which will give us A squared. For the second one, the denominator is A. We will divide A by AB. AB divided by A will give us B. Then we will use B to multiply the numerator here, which is B. B times B will give us B squared. But we have a negative sign here, so don't forget to bring that. For the third one, the denominator is B. AB divided by B will give us A. We use A to multiply the numerator, which is C. A times C will give us AC. We have a negative sign here, so don't forget to bring it. And so we are going to have A squared minus B squared minus AC divided by AB. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is A. Find the truth set of 1 divided by 5 into bracket 3x plus 4 is equal to 2. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The equation is 1 divided by 5 into bracket 3x plus 4 is equal to 2. I'll multiply both sides by the LCM of the denominators to remove the fraction. We have only one denominator here. It is 5. So 5 will be the LCM. So I'll multiply the left hand side by 5 and the right hand side by 5. When we do that, you can see that 5 and 5 will be gone. And so we will be left with 1 times 3x plus 4, which will give us 3x plus 4. And this is equal to 2 times 5, which is 10. So we have 3x plus 4 is equal to 10. When we group like terms, we are going to have 3x is equal to 10 minus 4. This will give us 3x is equal to 6. We will divide both sides by 3. And so x will be equal to 6 divided by 3, which is 2. So x is equal to 2. And so the truth set of x is 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. The pie chart shows the program analysis of a television station. The station telecasts 6 hours each day. How many hours in a day does the station telecast documentary? This is a multiple choice question. And so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We know that the total angles around the point is 360 degrees. The angle of sector for documentary is 75 degrees. And the question says that the station telecasts 6 hours each day. So all the programs, if you add all their times together, you are going to have 6 hours. We are going to use this information to calculate the number of hours in the day that the station telecasts documentary. The number of hours dedicated to documentary will be equal to the angle of sector for documentary, which is 75 degrees, divided by the total angles in a circle, which is 360 degrees, times the number of hours dedicated to all the programs, which is 6 hours. 75 divided by 360 times 6 will give us 1.25. So it means that the number of hours dedicated for documentary is 1.25 hours. 1.25 will give us one whole number, 1 divided by 4. So it means that in a day, the station telecasts documentary for one whole number, 1 divided by 4 hours. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is C. The graph below shows a relationship between x and y. What is the set of values of x for which y is equal to 0? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The line y is equal to 0 is the x-axis. So the values of x for which y is equal to 0 will be the x-coordinates of the point where the x-axis meets the curve. On the graph, we can see that the x-axis meets the curve at this point and this point. The x-coordinates there are -4 and 2. So it means that on this graph, the values of x for which y is equal to 0 are -4 and 2. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. PQRST is a regular pentagon with center O. The pentagon is given an anticlockwise rotation about O, taking P to T. Find the angle of rotation. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that this regular pentagon is given an anticlockwise rotation about O, and it takes point P to point T. If this pentagon is rotated in the anticlockwise direction about point O, such that it takes point P to point T, what it means is that the pentagon will cover this angle, the angle I've named here theta. The angle I've shown here is an exterior angle of the pentagon. The pentagon we have is a regular pentagon. The exterior angle of a regular polygon is given by the formula 360 degrees divided by n, where n is the number of sides of the polygon. This is a pentagon. A pentagon has 5 sides, so we can use this formula to find an exterior angle of the pentagon, which will give us the angle theta I've indicated here. The pentagon has 5 sides, so it means that n is equal to 5. If n is equal to 5, we are going to have 360 degrees divided by 5, and this will give us 72 degrees. So it means that the angle theta here is 72 degrees. So if the pentagon is given an anticlockwise rotation about point O, such that point P moves to point T, then it means that the angle of rotation is 72 degrees. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. In the diagram, the line PS and the line RS are tangents to the circle with center O. Angle PSR is 70 degrees, angle POR is M, and angle PQR is N. Find the value of N. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to find the value of N. One of the theorems of a circle is that a tangent to a circle makes an angle of 90 degrees to the radius at the point of contact. A tangent to a circle makes an angle of 90 degrees to the radius at the point of contact. On this diagram, we have 2 tangents to the circle. We have PS and RS. The theorem says that a tangent to the circle makes an angle of 90 degrees to the radius at the point of contact. It means that at the point of contact, the angle between the tangent PS and the radius OP is 90 degrees. So it means the angle here is 90 degrees. And in the same way, at the point of contact here, the angle between the tangent RS and the radius OR is 90 degrees. So the angle here is also 90 degrees. If we consider the points O, P, S, R, we can see that it forms a quadrilateral, a four-sided figure. And we know that the angles in a quadrilateral sum up to 360 degrees. So it means that M plus 90 degrees plus 90 degrees plus 70 degrees is equal to 360 degrees. 90 degrees plus 90 degrees plus 70 degrees will give us 250 degrees. So we have M plus 250 degrees is equal to 360 degrees. This will give us M is equal to 360 degrees minus 250 degrees. And this will give us 110 degrees. So M is equal to 110 degrees. So the value of M, the angle here, is 110 degrees. But we are looking for N. One of the theorems of a circle is that in a circle, the angle an arc subtends at the center of a circle is twice the angle it subtends at the circumference. In this circle, we can see that the arc PR subtends the angle M at the center, and at the same time, it subtends the angle N at the circumference. The theorem says that the angle that the arc will subtend at the center is 2 times the angle it subtends at the circumference. It means that 2 times angle PQR is equal to angle POR. Angle PQR is N and angle POR is M. So it means that 2 times N is equal to M. We have found M to be 110 degrees. So it means 2 times N, which is 2N, is equal to 110 degrees. To get N, we will divide both sides by 2. So N is equal to 110 degrees divided by 2, which will give us 55 degrees. So the value of N is 55 degrees. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. Evaluate 8 divided by square root of 18. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to evaluate 8 divided by square root of 18. 18 is the same as 9 times 2. So 8 divided by square root of 18 can be written as 8 divided by square root of 9 times 2. Square root of 9 times 2 can be written as square root of 9 times square root of 2. Square root of 9 will give us 3. And so we are going to have 8 divided by 3 times root 2, which will give us 3 root 2. So we now have 8 divided by 3 root 2. Let's rationalize this set. To rationalize it, I'll multiply both the numerator and the denominator by the denominator, which is 3 root 2. And so I'm going to have 8 divided by 3 root 2 times 3 root 2 divided by 3 root 2. This will give us 8 times 3 root 2 divided by 3 root 2 times 3 root 2 will give us 3 times 3 times root 2 times root 2. Root 2 times root 2 will give us 2. And so the denominator will be 3 times 3 times 2. And that will give us 18. On the numerator, we will have 8 times 3 root 2, which will give us 24 root 2. And so we have 24 root 2 divided by 18. 24 divided by 18 will give us 4 divided by 3. And so we will have 4 divided by 3 root 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. Given that 6, x, -4, and y are consecutive terms in an arithmetic progression, AP, find the value of xy. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that 6, x, -4, and y are consecutive terms in an AP. We should use this information to find the value of xy. If 6, x, -4, and y are consecutive terms in an AP, then we can say that the common difference is equal to x minus 6. At the same time, -4 minus x will also give us the common difference, and y minus -4 will also give us the common difference. Y minus -4 will give us y plus 4. So x minus 6 will give us the common difference, -4 minus x will give us the common difference, and y plus 4 will also give us the common difference. Because x minus 6 will give us the common difference and -4 minus x will also give us the common difference, we can say that x minus 6 is equal to -4 minus x. We can find the value of x from this equation. If we group like terms, we are going to have x plus x is equal to -4 plus 6. -4 plus 6 will give us 2. X plus x will give us 2x. So we have 2x is equal to 2. To find x, we will divide both sides by 2. So x will be equal to 2 divided by 2, which will give us 1. X minus 6 will give us the common difference, and y plus 4 will also give us the common difference. So we can say that y plus 4 is equal to x minus 6 because they will both give us the common difference. We have found the value of x to be 1, so we can replace x here with 1. When we do that, we are going to have y plus 4 is equal to 1 minus 6. This will give us y is equal to 1 minus 6 minus 4. 1 minus 6 minus 4 will give us -9. So x is 1 and y is -9. The question says we should find xy, which is x times y. And so xy will be equal to x, which is 1, times y, which is -9. 1 times -9 will give us -9. So xy is -9. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. Factorize the expression 5x squared plus 13x minus 6. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to factorize 5x squared plus 13x minus 6. This is a quadratic trinomial. To factorize this, we will use the coefficient of x squared to multiply the constant, which is -6. 5 times -6 will give us -30. After that, we will look for two numbers that when you multiply them, you are going to have -30. But when you add them, you are going to have 13. And those two numbers are 15 and -2. After finding them, we replace 13 with 15 and -2. So we are going to replace 13x with 15x and -2x. When we do that, we are going to have 5x squared plus 15x minus 2x minus 6. Let's factorize. When we consider the first two terms, the common factors there are 5x. So we take 5x out and we'll be left with x plus 3 in the bracket. When we consider the next two terms, the common factor is negative 2. So we take negative 2 out and in the bracket we'll be left with x plus 3. We have x plus 3 in this bracket, x plus 3 in that bracket. So we'll pick 1. And then in the other bracket, we will have 5x minus 2. So when we factorize this, we are going to have 5x minus 2 in one bracket, x plus 3 in another bracket. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. The graph shows the function f of x is equal to 4x minus x squared minus 3 and g of x is equal to 1 minus x. Find the maximum value of f of x. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we pick the correct option. The question says that we should find the maximum value of f of x. F of x is the curve, so we are going to find the maximum value of the curve. To get the maximum value of the curve, we first have to locate the turning point, because the maximum value of the curve is the y-coordinate of the turning point. The turning point is the point where the curve turns. We can see from our graph that the curve turns at this point. The y-coordinate of this point will give us the maximum value. To get the y-coordinate, we will trace it to meet the y-axis. When we trace it to meet the y-axis, we can see that the y-coordinate there is 1. So it means that the maximum value of f of x, which is the curve, is 1. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. Which of the following is illustrated on the number line? On the number line, we have two inequalities. The question wants us to select the inequality that describes it. This is a multiple choice question, and so we solve the question, and after that we pick the correct option. Let's consider the first one. The first one is giving us values that are less than negative 1. So we have x is less than negative 1. The circle is not shaded, so x is strictly less than negative 1. Let's consider the second one. For the second one, we have values that are greater than or equal to 2. The circle is shaded, so this gives us values that are greater than or equal to 2. So the first one is x is less than negative 1. And the second one is x is greater than 2. When you look through the options, you can see that the correct one is A. A rectangular board has length 15 centimeters and width x centimeters. If the sides are doubled, find its new area. This is a multiple choice question, and so we solve the question, and after that we pick the correct option. The question says that the length of the board was 15 centimeters and the width was x centimeters, and the sides are doubled. So if the sides are doubled, then it means that the new length of the board will be 2 times the previous length, which is 15 centimeters. So the new length L will be equal to 2 times 15 centimeters, and that will give us 30 centimeters. And the new width will also be 2 times x centimeters. 2 times x centimeters will give us 2x centimeters. The sides are doubled, so the length will be times 2 and the width will be times 2. So now we have the new length to be 30 centimeters and the new width to be 2x centimeters. The area of the board will be the length times the width. The new length is 30 centimeters and the new width is 2x centimeters. So you have 30 centimeters times 2x centimeters. 30 times 2x will give us 60x. So the new area will be 60x centimeters squared. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. The following are scores obtained by some students in a test. How many students scored above the mean score? This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have the scores here. The question is asking us to find the number of students who scored above the mean score. Before we can know the number of students who scored above the mean score, we first have to know the mean score. So we have to find the mean score. The mean score is equal to the sum of all the scores divided by the total number of students. So we are going to add all the scores together and we divide it by the total number of students. Let's count the number of students. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it means that the total number of students is 14. To get the mean score, we have to find the sum of all the scores and divide it by the total number of students, which is 14. So let's add the scores together. 8 plus 18 plus 10 plus 14 plus 18 plus 11 plus 13 plus 14 plus 13 plus 17 plus 15 plus 8 plus 16 plus 13 will give us 188. So the sum of all the scores is 188 and the total number of students is 14. So the mean score will be 188 divided by 14. And this will give us 13.4. So the mean score is 13.4. The question says we should find the number of students who scored above the mean score. So we are going to find the number of students who scored more than 13.4. When we look through the data, we can see that 18 is more than 13.4. 14 is more than 13.4, 18 is more than 13.4, 14 is more than 13.4, 17 is more than 13.4, 15 is more than 13.4, and 16 is also more than 13.4. The remaining ones scored below the mean score. We are looking for those who scored above the mean score. Let's count their number. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it means that 7 students scored above the mean score. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is A. A box contains 5 red, 6 green, and 7 yellow pencils of the same size. What is the probability of picking a green pencil at random? This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question and after that we will pick the correct option. In the box we have 5 red, 6 green, and 7 yellow pencils. So it means that the total number of pencils is equal to 5 plus 6 plus 7. And this will give us 18. The probability of picking a green pencil at random is equal to the number of green pencils in the box divided by the total number of pencils. The number of green pencils is 6. So the probability of picking a green pencil at random is equal to the number of green pencils, which is 6, divided by the total number of pencils, which is 18. 6 divided by 18 will give us 1 divided by 3. So the probability of picking a green pencil at random is 1 divided by 3. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. Calculate the variance of 2, 4, 7, 8, and 9. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The variance of a set of numbers is given by the formula variance is equal to sigma x minus the mean of x squared divided by n. I'm going to draw a 3-column table with the first column having the x values. In the second column, I'm going to have the x minus the mean values. And in the third column, I'll have x minus the mean of x squared values. We have the x values in the first column. They are 2, 4, 7, 8, 9. Those are the values that the question gave us. We now have to find the x minus the mean of x values, which means that we need the mean of x. To get the mean of x, we will add the values of x together and we will divide it by their number. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total. So it means that n is 5. The mean is equal to the sum divided by the number. And so the mean will be equal to their sum, which is 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9, divided by the number, which is 5. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 divided by 5 will give us 6. So it means that the mean of x is 6. So we are going to subtract 6 from each of these x values. The second column is x minus the mean, which is 6. And so the first one will be 2 minus the mean, which is 6. 2 minus 6 will give us negative 4. The next one will be 4 minus the mean, which is 6. 4 minus 6 will give us negative 2. The next one will be 7 minus the mean. The mean is 6, so 7 minus 6 will give us 1. The next one is 8 minus the mean. Mean is 6. 8 minus 6 will give us 2. And the last one is 9 minus the mean. It is 6, so 9 minus 6 will give us 3. In the third column, I'll have the x minus the mean of x squared. So I'll square the values I have here. Negative 4 squared will give us 16. Negative 2 squared will give us 4. 1 squared is 1. 2 squared is 4. And 3 squared is 9. I need the sum of x minus the mean of x squared. So I'll add all the values here. 16 plus 4 plus 1 plus 4 plus 9 will give us 34. So the sum of x minus the mean of x squared is 34. N is the number of values we have. As we have already seen, they are 5 in number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have the sum of x minus the mean of x squared to be 34 and n to be 5. So we can find the variance. The variance will be equal to the sum of x minus the mean of x squared, which is 34, divided by n, which is 5. 34 divided by 5 will give us 6.8. It means that the variance of this set of numbers is 6.8. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. In the diagram, RT is a tangent to the circle at R. Angle PQR is 70 degrees. Angle QRT is 52 degrees. Angle QSR is Y. And angle PRQ is X. Find the value of Y. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. One of the theorems of a circle is that the angle between a chord and a tangent at the end of the chord is equal to the angle subtended by the chord in the alternate segment. In this diagram, we can see that there is an angle formed between the chord RQ and the tangent RT. That is the angle QRT, which is given to us as 52 degrees. This same chord RQ subtends the angle QSR, which is given to us as Y, at the circumference in this segment. The theorem says that the angle between the chord RQ and the tangent RT is equal to the angle that the chord RQ subtends at the circumference in the opposite segment. So the angle QRT is equal to the angle QSR. Angle QSR is Y, and angle QRT is 52 degrees. So it means that Y is equal to 52 degrees. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. If 0.25 exponent y is equal to 32, find the value of y. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The equation given to us is 0.25 exponent y is equal to 32. 0.25 in fraction form is 1 divided by 4. So 0.25 exponent y will give us 1 divided by 4 exponent y. 32 can be written in index form as 2 exponent 5. From indices, we know that if we have 1 divided by a, it can be written as a exponent negative 1. So here, if we have 1 divided by 4, it can be written as 4 exponent negative 1. We already have an exponent of y here, so the negative 1 will multiply y. And so we are going to have 4 exponent negative 1 times y, and this is equal to 2 exponent 5. 4 can be written in index form as 2 exponent 2. And so if we have 4 exponent negative 1, when we write it in index form, we are going to have 2 exponent 2 times the negative 1 that is already here. And this will give us 2 exponent negative 2, because 2 times negative 1 will give us negative 2. And so 4 exponent negative 1 times y will give us 2 exponent negative 2 times y. And this is equal to 2 exponent 5. Negative 2 times y will give us negative 2y. So we have 2 exponent negative 2y is equal to 2 exponent 5. We have 2 exponent negative 2y on the left hand side, and on the right hand side we have 2 exponent 5. They have the same basis, so we can equate the exponents. The exponent on the left hand side is negative 2y. The exponent on the right hand side is 5. So we can say that negative 2y is equal to 5. To get y, we will divide both sides by negative 2. Negative 2 and negative 2 will be gone, and so we have y is equal to 5 divided by negative 2. And this will give us y is equal to negative 5 divided by 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. H varies directly as p and inversely as the square of y. If h is equal to 1, p is equal to 8, and y is equal to 2, find h in terms of p and y. This is a multiple choice question, And so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that H varies directly as P, which means that H is directly proportional to P. And it also says that H varies inversely as the square of Y. So H is inversely proportional to the square of Y. So we have H being directly proportional to P and H being inversely proportional to the square of Y. If we combine these two, we are going to have H is proportional to P divided by Y squared. If we introduce K as the constant of proportionality, we can replace the proportionality sign here with an equal to sign. And so we will have H is equal to K times P divided by Y squared. The question tells us that H is equal to 1, P is equal to 8, and Y is equal to 2. We can use this information to find the value of K, and that will help us to get H in terms of P and Y. So let's substitute the values that we have here into the formula. H is equal to 1, P is equal to 8, and Y is equal to 2. When we substitute them into this formula, we are going to have 1 is equal to K times 8 divided by 2 squared. 8 divided by 2 squared will give us 2. And so we will have 1 is equal to K times 2. K times 2 is 2K. So we have 1 is equal to 2K. To get K, I'll divide both sides by 2. 2 and 2 will be gone. And so we will have K is equal to 1 divided by 2. So we can now replace K here with 1 divided by 2. When we do that, we are going to have H is equal to 1 divided by 2 times P divided by Y squared. 1 times P will give us P. 2 times Y squared will give us 2Y squared. So we will have H is equal to P divided by 2Y squared. So when we express H in terms of P and Y, we are going to have H is equal to P divided by 2Y squared. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. We are going to calculate the mean mark. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The mean mark will be given by the formula sigma fx divided by sigma f. That is the sum of fx divided by the sum of f. I'll draw a 3-column table like the one we have here, with the marks in the first column that will give us the x values, and the frequencies in the second column that will give us the f values. In the third column, we will have the fx values. We will get the fx values by multiplying the x values by the f values. So the first one will be 1 times 2, which will give us 2. The next one will be 2 times 1, which is 2. The next one is 3 times 3, which is 9. 4 times 3 is 12. 5 times 4 is 20. 6 times 1 is 6. 7 times 3 is 21. 8 times 1 is 8. 9 times 0 is 0. And 10 times 2 is 20. To get the mean, we need sigma fx divided by sigma f. So we have to add all the fx values. When we add all the fx values together, we are going to have 100. We need sigma f, so we add all the f values. When we add all the f values together, we are having 20. So the mean will be equal to sigma fx, which is 100, divided by sigma f, which is 20. 100 divided by 20 is 5. It means that the mean mark for this distribution is 5. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. Evaluate 2 root 28 minus 3 root 50 plus square root of 72. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We are going to evaluate 2 root 28 minus 3 root 50 plus square root of 72. Square root of 28 is square root of 4 times 7. So 2 root 28 will give us 2 root 4 times 7. 50 is 25 times 2. So we have negative 3 root 25 times 2. 72 is equal to 36 times 2. So square root of 72 will give us square root of 36 times 2. Square root of 4 will give us 2. And so we will have 2 times 2 root 7. Square root of 25 will give us 5. So we have negative 3 times 5 root 2. Square root of 36 will give us 6. So we have 6 times square root of 2, which will give us 6 root 2. 2 times 2 is 4. Negative 3 times 5 is negative 15. And so you have 4 root 7 minus 15 root 2 plus 6 root 2. Negative 15 root 2 and 6 root 2 are like terms because the numbers under the square root signs are the same. So it means that we can add them. And so we are going to have 4 root 7 plus negative 15 plus 6 root 2. Negative 15 plus 6 will give us negative 9. And so we will have 4 root 7 minus 9 root 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. If 2 3 base y is equal to 1 1 1 1 base 2, find the value of y. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The equation is 2 3 base y is equal to 1 1 1 1 base 2. To solve this, we will have to convert both numbers to base 10. And we will do that by multiplying each digit in the number by the base. So let's begin with the one on the left hand side. So you multiply 2 by y. So we have 2 times y plus, then we will multiply 3 by y. We have 3 times y. Then after that, starting from the right towards the left, the first base will have an exponent of 0, and the second base will have an exponent of 1. So we have 2 times y exponent 1 plus 3 times y exponent 0. We will do the same thing to the number on the right hand side. We will multiply each digit by the base. So we have 1 times 2 plus 1 times 2 plus 1 times 2 plus 1 times 2. Then after that, starting from the right towards the left, the first base will have an exponent of 0. The next one will have an exponent of 1. The next one will have an exponent of 2. And the next one will have an exponent of 3. Let's continue with the simplification. Y exponent 1 is y. So we will have 2 times y, which is 2y. Y exponent 0 is 1. So we have 3 times 1, which is 3. 2 exponent 3 is 8. 8 times 1 is 8. 2 exponent 2 is 4. 4 times 1 is 4. 2 exponent 1 is 2. 2 times 1 is 2. 2 exponent 0 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. So you have 2y plus 3 is equal to 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1. 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 15. When I send 3 to the right hand side, I'm going to have 2y is equal to 15 minus 3. 15 minus 3 will give us 12. To find y, we will divide both sides by 2. 2 and 2 will be gone, and so y will be equal to 12 divided by 2, and 12 divided by 2 is 6. So it means that the value of y is 6. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. The mean of the numbers 3, 5, 3x, and 2 is 4. Find x. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that the mean of 3, 5, 3x, and 2 is 4. We are going to use this information to find the value of x. The mean of a set of numbers is given by the sum of the numbers divided by their number. The numbers are 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So it means that n is equal to 4. And so to get the mean, we will add all the numbers together and divide it by 4. So we have 3 plus 5 plus 3x plus 2 divided by 4. And the question tells us that the mean is 4. So it means that this is equal to 4. We have a linear equation here. So let's solve the linear equation for the value of x. 3 plus 5 plus 2 give us 10. So we have 10 plus 3x divided by 4 is equal to 4. I'll multiply the left hand side by 4 and the right hand side by 4 to remove the fraction. 4 and 4 will be gone. 4 times 4 is 16. So you have 10 plus 3x is equal to 16. When I group like terms, I'm going to have 3x is equal to 16 minus 10. So you have 3x is equal to 6. To find x, you divide both the left hand side and the right hand side by 3. 3 and 3 will be gone. So you have x is equal to 6 divided by 3. And 6 divided by 3 will give us 2. So it means that the value of x is 2. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is A. The table gives the marks of 20 students in an examination. If a student is selected at random, find the probability that he obtained at least 7 marks. We have the table here with the marks and their corresponding frequencies. The question says that we should find the probability that a student selected at random obtained at least 7 marks. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to find the probability that a student selected at random obtained at least 7 marks. The probability that a student selected at random obtained at least 7 marks will be given by the number of students who obtained at least 7 marks divided by the total number of students in the class. The question tells us that there are 20 students in the class, so the total number of students is 20. And so we have to find the number of students who obtained at least 7 marks. Those who obtained at least 7 marks will be those who obtained 7 marks or more. So the number of students who obtained at least 7 marks will be those who obtained 7 marks, which is 3, plus those who obtained 8 marks, which is 1, plus those who obtained 9 marks, which is 0, plus those who obtained 10 marks, which is 2. And so the number of students who obtained at least 7 marks will be equal to 3 plus 1 plus 0 plus 2. And this will give us 6. So 6 students obtained at least 7 marks. The probability that a student obtained at least 7 marks will be equal to the number of students who obtained at least 7 marks, which is 6, divided by the total number of students who took the examination, which is 20. 6 divided by 20 will give us 3 divided by 10. So the probability that a student selected at random obtained at least 7 marks is 3 divided by 10. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. The exterior angle of a regular polygon is 40 degrees. Find the sum of its interior angles. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The question says that the exterior angle of a regular polygon is 40 degrees. The exterior angle of a regular polygon is given by the formula 360 degrees divided by n, where n is the number of sides of the polygon. Here the question tells us that the exterior angle is 40 degrees. It means that 40 degrees is equal to 360 degrees divided by n. We can solve this equation for n, and that will give us the number of sides of the polygon. With that, we will be able to find the sum of its interior angles. So let's solve this equation for n. To do that, I'll multiply both sides by n. So I'll multiply the left hand side by n and the right hand side by n. And you see that n and n will be gone. So you have 40 degrees n is equal to 360 degrees. To get n, I'll divide both sides by 40. So I'll divide the left hand side by 40 degrees, and then I'll divide the right hand side also by 40 degrees. So 40 degrees and 40 degrees will be gone. 360 degrees divided by 40 degrees will give us 9. So it means that n is equal to 9. N is the number of sides of the regular polygon. So it means that this regular polygon has 9 sides. It has 9 sides. The sum of the interior angles of a regular polygon is given by the formula n minus 2 times 180 degrees, where n is the number of sides of the regular polygon. This polygon has 9 sides, so it means that n is equal to 9. And so when we substitute n is equal to 9 here, we are going to have 9 minus 2 times 180 degrees. 9 minus 2 gives us 7. 7 times 180 degrees will give us 1260 degrees. So it means that the sum of the interior angles of this regular polygon is 1260 degrees. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. This is a multiple choice question. So we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to solve the inequality 3x plus 5 is greater than or equal to -1, and then we will choose the number line that represents the solution. The inequality is 3x plus 5 is greater than or equal to -1. If we group like terms, we are going to have 3x is greater than or equal to -1 minus 5. -1 minus 5 will give us -6. So you have 3x is greater than or equal to -6. To find x, I'll divide both sides by 3. So I'll divide the left hand side by 3 and the right hand side by 3. 3 and 3 will be gone. So you have x is greater than or equal to -6 divided by 3. -6 divided by 3 is -2. So we have x is greater than or equal to -2. So this is the solution to the inequality. X is greater than or equal to -2. We will have to pick the number line that illustrates this solution. X is greater than or equal to -2. So it means that it will start on -2. So we will select the one that starts on -2. This one starts on 1, so it can't be the first one. This one starts on 2, so it can't be this. This starts on -2, and this also starts on -2. X is greater than or equal to, so it means that the circle should be shaded. This one is shaded, this one is also shaded. It says that X is greater than or equal to -2, so the arrow should be pointing in this direction. This one is pointing in this direction, so it means it can't be C. So the answer is D. The arrow points in this direction, showing that X is greater than or equal to -2. So the number line that illustrates this solution is D. A boy cycles 7.5 kilometers to school in 27.5 minutes. Find his average speed in meters per second, correct to 1 decimal place. This is a multiple choice question. So you solve the question, and after that, you pick the correct option. The distance covered by the boy is 7.5 kilometers. And he covers this distance in a time of 27.5 minutes. The question wants us to find his average speed. The average speed will be given by the distance, which is 7.5 kilometers, divided by the time, which is 27.5 minutes. But the question wants the speed in meters per second. So it means that we have to convert the 7.5 kilometers to meters, and then we will convert the 27.5 minutes to seconds. So let's do that. We know that 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters. If 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters, then it means 7.5 kilometers will give us more than 1,000 meters. If more, let's divide. 1 kilometer is less, so it's going to divide. And so we will have 7.5 kilometers divided by 1 kilometer times 1,000 meters. Kilometer and kilometer will be gone, so you have 7.5 times 1,000 meters, and that will give us 7,500 meters. Let's look at the time. We have the time in minutes. We are going to convert it to seconds. 1 minute will give us 60 seconds. If 1 minute is giving us 60 seconds, then 27.5 minutes or 27.5 minutes will obviously give us more than 60 seconds. If more, let's divide. 1 minute is less, so it's going to divide. And so you have 27.5 minutes divided by 1 minute times 60 seconds. Minutes and minutes will be gone, and so you have 27.5 divided by 1 times 60 seconds. And this will give us 1,650 seconds. So the 7.5 kilometers, when we convert it to meters, we are having 7,500 meters. And the 27.5 minutes, when we convert it to seconds, we are having 1,650 seconds. So we can now find the average speed in meters per second. The average speed will be equal to the distance, which is 7,500 meters, divided by the time, which is 1,650 seconds. When we correct this to 1 decimal place, we are going to have 4.5 meters per second. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B, 4.5. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We are going to look for the statement that is false. The first one is x plus 3 is greater than 2, and the question says this implies x is greater than -1. Let's solve this inequality. We have x plus 3 is greater than 2. If we group like terms, we are going to have x is greater than 2 minus 3. And 2 minus 3 will give us -1. So x is greater than -1. So this statement is true. If x plus 3 is greater than 2, then it implies that x is greater than -1. So this is a true statement. Let's consider the next one. We have x is greater than 5. It implies that negative x is less than negative 5. X is greater than 5. It implies that negative x is less than negative 5. We have x is greater than 5. Let's divide both sides by negative 1. If we divide both sides by negative 1, we are going to have x divided by negative 1. Remember that when you divide both sides of an inequality by a negative number, the direction of the inequality changes. Here we have greater than. So since we are dividing by a negative number, it will change to less than. So we have x divided by negative 1 is less than 5 divided by negative 1. X divided by negative 1 will give us negative x. So you have negative x is less than 5 divided by negative 1 will give us negative 5. So it means that this statement is also true. If x is greater than 5, then negative x is less than negative 5. This statement is true. Let's consider the next one. We have x is equal to 3. It implies that x squared is equal to 9. We have x is equal to 3. If x is equal to 3, when we square both sides of this equation, we are going to have x squared is equal to 3 squared. So this will give us x squared is equal to 3 squared is 9. It means that this statement is also true, because if x is equal to 3, then x squared is equal to 9. This is true. This means that the final statement will be false. But let's work it out anyways. We have x plus 3 is greater than 4, and it implies that x is less than 1. So we have x plus 3 is greater than 4. If we solve this inequality, we are going to have x is greater than 4 minus 3. And so you have x is greater than 1. So if x plus 3 is greater than 4, it implies that x is greater than 1. But here it is telling us that it implies x is less than 1. So it means that this statement is not true. The question says we should pick the statement that is false. Statement D is false. So it means that the correct answer is D. Which of the following illustrates the solution set of S is such that 1 is less than or equal to 3x minus 5, which is less than or equal to 7? This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We are going to solve this inequality, and then we will pick the number line that illustrates the solution. We have two inequality signs here, so you solve the first part, and after that you solve the second part. This is the first part. 3x minus 5 is greater than or equal to 1. So we have 1 is less than or equal to 3x minus 5. Let's group like terms here. When we group like terms, we are going to have 1 plus 5 is less than or equal to 3x. 1 plus 5 will give us 6. So we have 6 is less than or equal to 3x. To find x, I'll divide both sides by 3. 3 and 3 will go. 6 divided by 3 is 2. So we have 2 is less than or equal to x, or x is greater than or equal to 2. This is the first part. The second part is this. 3x minus 5 is less than or equal to 7. So for the second part, we have 3x minus 5 is less than or equal to 7. Let's solve this. When we group like terms, we are going to have 3x is less than or equal to 7 plus 5. 7 plus 5 is 12. So we have 3x is less than or equal to 12. To find x, I'll divide both sides by 3. 3 and 3 will be gone. So you have x is less than or equal to 12 divided by 3, which is 4. So x is less than or equal to 4. So we now have our solution. X is greater than or equal to 2, but less than or equal to 4. If we combine these two, then we can say that x is greater than or equal to 2, but less than or equal to 4, which means that x is between 2 and 4. The number line that illustrates this solution is C. It gives us the set of numbers that are greater than or equal to 2, but less than or equal to 4. So the correct answer to this question is the option C. In the diagram, PQRS is a circle with center O. The length of the line QR is equal to the length of the line RS, and angle QOR is 70 degrees. Find the value of x. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. From the question, we are being told that QR is equal to RS. So it means that the length of QR is equal to the length of RS. One of the theorems of a circle is that equal chords subtend the same angles at the center of a circle. So if the length of the chord QR is equal to the length of the chord RS, then it means that the angle that the chord QR will subtend at the center will be the same as the angle that the chord RS will also subtend at the center. So if angle QOR is 70 degrees, then it means that angle ROS is also 70 degrees. So the angle here is 70 degrees. Another theorem is that the angle a chord subtends at the center of a circle is twice the angle it subtends at the circumference. The chord RS subtends this angle 70 degrees at the center, and that same chord RS subtends this angle X at the circumference. The theorem says that the angle that the chord will subtend at the center is 2 times the angle it subtends at the circumference. It means that 2 times angle RPX, that's the angle at the circumference, will give us the angle at the center, which is angle ROS. Angle RPS is X, and angle ROX is 70 degrees. So we have 2 times X, which is 2X, is equal to 70 degrees. To get X, I'll divide both sides by 2. So X will be equal to 70 degrees divided by 2, and that will give us 35 degrees. So the value of X in this diagram is 35 degrees. When we look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is B. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have the curve of the function f of x is equal to x squared minus 3x, and we are going to use this to find the truth set of the equation x squared minus 3x is equal to 10. X squared minus 3x will give us f of x, so it means that we can replace x squared minus 3x by f of x. When we do that, we are going to have f of x is equal to 10. F of x is equal to 10 is a straight line. It is the line y is equal to 10. It is a horizontal line drawn through 10 on the y-axis. So we will draw a horizontal line through 10 on the y-axis, and this will give us the graph of f of x is equal to 10. The solution of x squared minus 3x is equal to 10 will be the x coordinates of the points of intersection of the curve and the line f of x is equal to 10. The curve and the line intersect at this point and this point. Their x coordinates will give us the solution to this equation. The x coordinate of the first point of intersection is -2, and the x coordinate of the second one is 5. So it means that from the graph, the solution to the equation x squared minus 3x is equal to 10 is -2 or 5. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. Evaluate without using tables square root of 147 minus square root of 75 plus square root of 27. This is a multiple choice question, so we are going to solve the question and after that we will pick the correct option. 147 is equal to 49 times 3, so square root of 147 will give us square root of 49 times 3. 75 is equal to 25 times 3. So square root of 75 will give us square root of 25 times 3. 27 is 9 times 3. So square root of 27 will give us square root of 9 times 3. Square root of 49 times 3 can be written as square root of 49 times square root of 3. Square root of 25 times 3 can be written as square root of 25 times square root of 3. And square root of 9 times 3 can be written as square root of 7 times square root of 3. Square root of 49 will give us 7, so we have 7 times root 3. Square root of 25 will give us 5, so we have -5 times square root of 3. And square root of 9 will give us 3, so we have 3 times square root of 3. 7 times square root of 3 will give us 7 root 3. -5 times square root of 3 will give us -5 root 3. And 3 times square root of 3 will give us 3 root 3. The numbers under the square root signs are the same, so it means that they are all like terms, so we can subtract and add them. And so we are going to have 7 minus 5 plus 3 square root of 3. 7 minus 5 plus 3 will give us 5. And so when we evaluate this, we are going to have 5 root 3. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. If 3p is equal to 4 kilo and 9p is equal to 8 kilo minus 12, find the value of pq. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have two linear equations here. The first one is 3p is equal to 4 kilo, and the second one is 9p is equal to 8 kilo minus 12. We are going to solve these two equations for the values of p and q. Then after that, we will multiply them to get the value of pq. I'll call the first one equation 1 and the second one equation 2. I'm going to use the substitution method here. I'll begin by multiplying equation 1 by 2. Equation 1 is 3p is equal to 4 kilo. So if I multiply it by 2, I'm going to have 2 times 3p, which will give us 6p. And 2 times 4 kilo, which will give us 8 kilo. So we have 6p is equal to 8 kilo. This gives us a new equation. Let's call it equation 3. I'll substitute equation 3 into equation 2. Equation 2 is 9p is equal to 8 kilo minus 12. But from equation 3, we know that 8 kilo is equal to 6p. So it means that we can replace 8 kilo with 6p. When we do that, we are going to have 9p is equal to 6p minus 12. Let's group like terms. If we group like terms, we are going to have 9p minus 6p is equal to negative 12. 9p minus 6p will give us 3p. So we have 3p is equal to negative 12. To find p, I'll divide both sides by 3. And so p will be equal to negative 12 divided by 3, which will give us negative 4. So we have the value of p to be negative 4. From equation 1, we know that 3p is equal to 4q. We have found out that p is equal to negative 4. So we can replace p here with negative 4. When we do that, we are going to have 4q is equal to 3 times p, which is negative 4. So 4q is equal to 3 times negative 4. 3 times negative 4 gives us negative 12. And so we will have 4q is equal to negative 12. To find q, I'll divide both sides by 4. So I'll divide the left hand side by 4 and the right hand side by 4. And so q will be equal to negative 12 divided by 4. And that will give us negative 3. So the value of p is negative 4 and the value of q is negative 3. The question says we should find the value of pq. Pq is p times q. P is negative 4 and q is negative 3. So p times q will give us negative 4 times negative 3. Negative 4 times negative 3 is 12. So the value of pq is 12. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. This is a multiple choice question. So we are going to solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The curve given to us is the graph of the function f of x is equal to x squared minus 3x. We are going to use the graph to find the equation of the axis of symmetry. The axis of symmetry is the same as the line of symmetry. So we are going to find the equation of the line of symmetry. The line of symmetry, or the axis of symmetry, is the vertical line that divides the curve into two equal halves, and it passes through the turning point. So to find the line of symmetry, we first have to identify the turning point, and then after that we will draw a vertical line through it. The turning point is the point where the curve turns. When we look at the graph carefully, we can see that the curve turns at this point. The vertical line through it will give us the line of symmetry, or the axis of symmetry. So this is the line of symmetry. We want to find the equation of this line. The line meets the x-axis at this point. The value of x at this point is 1.5. Because it's a vertical line that passes through the x-axis at the point 1.5, the equation of this line is x is equal to 1.5. So on this graph, the equation of the axis of symmetry, or the line of symmetry, is x is equal to 1.5. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. In the diagram below, find the sum of x and y. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. X and y are angles. The question wants us to find the sum of x and y. So it means that we have to find the value of the angle x and the value of the angle y, and after that we will add them. If we consider the diagram very carefully, we can see that we have two right-angled triangles. Let's call this point point A, this one point B, this one point C, and this one point D. We have A, B, C, D. If we consider the points A, B, and C, we can see that it forms the right angle triangle ABC. The interior angle here is Y. Considering this interior angle Y, the side BC, which is given to us as 2√3, is opposite. And the side AC, which is given to us as 2, is adjacent. And the side AB, which is 4, is the hypotenuse. So if you consider the right angle triangle ABC with the interior angle Y, we can say that cos Y is equal to, cos is adjacent divided by hypotenuse. Considering Y, the adjacent side is AC, and AC is 2. And the hypotenuse is AB, and AB is 4. So cos Y is equal to the adjacent side, which is 2, divided by the hypotenuse, which is 4. From here, we can find the value of Y. Cos Y will give us 1 divided by 2. 2 divided by 4 gives us 1 divided by 2. So we have cos Y is equal to 1 divided by 2. To get Y, we will find the cos inverse of 1 divided by 2. And cos inverse of 1 divided by 2 gives us 60 degrees. So it means that Y is equal to 60 degrees. Let's find X. To find X, we have to consider the second right angle triangle. That is this one. If we consider the points A, D, C, we can see that we form the right angle triangle ADC. The interior angle here is X. 1 is opposite to X. Square root of 3 is adjacent to X. And 2 is the hypotenuse. So considering this right angle triangle, we can say that sine X is equal to, sine is opposite divided by hypotenuse. The opposite side is CD, which is 1, and the hypotenuse is AC, which is 2. So sine X is equal to 1 divided by 2. We can find X from here by finding the sine inverse of 1 divided by 2. Sine inverse of 1 divided by 2 gives us 30 degrees. So it means that X is equal to 30 degrees. So we have X as 30 degrees and Y as 60 degrees. The sum of X and Y will give us X plus Y. And X plus Y is 30 degrees plus 60 degrees. 30 degrees plus 60 degrees will give us 90 degrees. So it means that the sum of X and Y is 90 degrees. When we look through the options we have, we can see that the correct option is C. An amount of 550,000 naira was realized when a principal X was saved at 2% simple interest for 5 years. Find the value of X. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that a principal of X was saved at a rate of 2% and the period of time is 5 years. And at the end of this 5 years, the amount realized was 550,000 naira. We are going to use this information to find the value of X. Simple interest is equal to principal times rate times time divided by 100. The principal is X, the rate is 2%, and the time is 5 years. So the simple interest will be equal to X times 2 times 5 divided by 100. This will give us 10x divided by 100, which is 0.1x. So the simple interest is 0.1x. We know that when an amount of money is saved, the total amount realized is equal to the principal plus the simple interest. The principal is X and the simple interest is 0.1x. The amount of money realized is 550,000 naira. So we have X plus 0.1x is equal to 550,000 naira. X plus 0.1x will give us 1.1x, and this is equal to 550,000 naira. We will divide both sides by 1.1, and so we will have x is equal to 550,000 naira divided by 1.1, and this will give us 500,000 naira. So the value of x is 500,000 naira. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. This is a multiple choice question, and so we solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The ages of 3 women are in the ratio 3:4:5. And the question tells us that the difference between the ages of the eldest and the age of the youngest is 18 years. We are going to use this information to find the sum of the ages of the 3 women. Let's represent that with a variable. We are going to find it, and we don't know it now, so let's represent it with a variable. So let's say x is equal to the sum of the ages of all the 3 women. The ages of the women are in the ratio 3:4:5. So it means that 3 is for the youngest and 5 is for the eldest. The age of the youngest woman will be given by her part of the ratio, which is 3, divided by the sum of the numbers in the ratio, which will be 3 plus 4 plus 5, times the sum of the ages of all the 3 women. So the age of the youngest woman is equal to 3, which is a part of the ratio, divided by the sum of the numbers in the ratio, so 3 plus 4 plus 5, times the sum of the ages of all the 3 women. And this will give us 1 divided by 4x. The age of the eldest will be her part of the ratio, which is 5, divided by the sum of the numbers in the ratio, which is 3 plus 4 plus 5, times the sum of the ages of all the 3 women. So the age of the eldest is equal to her part of the ratio, which is 5, divided by the sum of the numbers in the ratio, which is 3 plus 4 plus 5, times the sum of the ages of all the 3 women, which is x. 5 divided by 3 plus 4 plus 5 times x will give us 5 divided by 12x. The question tells us that the difference between the ages of the eldest and the youngest is 18 years. What this means is that if we subtract the age of the youngest woman from the age of the eldest woman, we will have 18 years. As we have seen here, the age of the eldest woman is 5 divided by 12x, and the age of the youngest woman is 1 divided by 4x. So 5 divided by 12x minus 1 divided by 4x is equal to 18. Let's solve this linear equation for the value of x. I'll multiply each term by the LCM of the denominators. We have 2 denominators here, 12 and 4. The LCM of 12 and 4 is 12. So I'll multiply each term by 12. When I do that, I'm going to have 12 times 5 divided by 12x minus 12 times 1 divided by 4x is equal to 18 times 12. 12 and 12 will be gone. 12 divided by 4 is 3. And so you have 1 times 5x minus 3 times 1x, which is x, is equal to 18 times 12, which is 216. 1 times 5x will give us 5x. 3 times x will give us 3x. So you have 5x minus 3x is equal to 216. 5x minus 3x will give us 2x. So we have 2x is equal to 216. To find x, I'll divide both sides by 2. So I'll divide the left hand side by 2 and the right hand side by 2. So x will be equal to 216 divided by 2, and that will give us 108. Remember, we said x is the sum of the ages of all the 3 women. So it means that the sum of the ages of all the three women is 108 years. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. Calculate the value of x in the diagram. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. Vertically opposite angles are equal. So if the angle here is 3x, it means that the angle here is also 3x. In the same way, the angle formed here, which is 3x, and the angle formed here are vertically opposite. Vertically opposite angles are equal. So if here is 3x, then it means that the angle here is also 3x. We have the three interior angles of the triangle: 3x, 3x, and 4x. When we add the angles in the triangle together, we are going to have 180 degrees. So it means that 3x plus 3x plus 4x will give us 180 degrees. 3x plus 3x plus 4x will give us 10x. So we have 10x is equal to 180 degrees. To find x, I'll divide both sides by 10. So I'll divide the left hand side by 10 and the right hand side by 10. 10 divided by 10 will give us 1. So we have 1x, which is x is equal to 180 degrees divided by 10, which will give us 18. So it means that x is equal to 18 degrees. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. In the diagram below, the line RQ is parallel to the line ST. The magnitude of XT is 4 centimeters. The magnitude of RQ is 10 centimeters. And the magnitude of PT is 6 centimeters. If the area of triangle PRQ is 90 centimeters squared, find the area of triangle PST. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question tells us that the line RQ is parallel to the line ST. We can see from the diagram that the line RP is an extension of the line PT, and the line PQ is also an extension of the line SP. This means that triangle PQR and triangle PST are similar triangles, which means that we got the triangle PQR by enlarging the triangle PST. So triangle PQR is an enlargement of the triangle PST. If the triangle PST was enlarged to get the triangle PQR, we can find the scale factor that was used for the enlargement. The scale factor will be equal to the length of the side RQ divided by the length of the side ST. We can clearly see from the diagram that we enlarged the side ST to get the side RQ. So we can get the scale factor by dividing RQ by ST. RQ is given to us as 10 centimeters and ST is 4 centimeters. So it means that the scale factor is equal to 10 centimeters divided by 4 centimeters. And this will give us 5 divided by 2. So a scale factor of 5 divided by 2 was used to enlarge the triangle PST to get the triangle PQR. If triangle PQR and triangle PST are similar triangles, then we can say that the area of the bigger triangle PQR divided by the area of the smaller triangle PST is equal to the square of the scale factor. The area of the bigger triangle PQR divided by the area of the smaller triangle PST is equal to the square of the scale factor. This is because triangle PQR and triangle PST are similar triangles. The question tells us that the area of triangle PRQ, which is the bigger triangle, is 90 centimeters squared. We have the scale factor to be 5 divided by 2. We can use this information to get the area of triangle PST. The area of triangle PRQ is 90 centimeters squared and the scale factor is 5 divided by 2. So we have 90 centimeters squared divided by the area of triangle PST is equal to the scale factor, which is 5 divided by 2 squared. 5 squared is 25 and 2 squared is 4. So you have 90 centimeters squared is equal to area of triangle PST is equal to 25 divided by 4. Let's cross multiply. When we do that, we will have 25 times area of triangle PST is equal to 4 times 90 centimeters squared. We want to find the area of triangle PST, so I'll divide both sides by 25. I'll divide the left hand side by 25 and divide the right hand side also by 25. This will give us area of triangle PST is equal to 4 times 90 centimeters squared divided by 25, and that will give us 14.4 centimeters squared. So it means that the area of triangle PST is 14.4 centimeters squared. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. Find the equation of the line which passes through the points -2, 7 and 2, -3. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question and after that we will pick the correct option. We have a straight line that passes through the points -2, 7 and 2, -3. The question wants us to use this information to find the equation of the line. To find the equation of a straight line, you will need the gradient of the line and the coordinates of at least one point that falls on the line. We can use the coordinates of the 2 points given to us to find the gradient of the line. The gradient of the line will be given by the formula y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. I'm going to use the first point as my x1, y1, and the second point as x2, y2. So you substitute this information into the formula. y2 is -3, y1 is 7. So we have -3 minus 7 divided by x2, which is 2, minus x1, which is -2. So we have 2 minus -2, which will give us 2 plus 2. -3 minus 7 divided by 2 plus 2 give us -5 divided by 2. So it means that the gradient of the line is -5 divided by 2. We can find the equation of the line by using the formula y minus y1 is equal to m into bracket x minus x1, where m is the gradient of the line, which we have found out to be -5 divided by 2, and x1, y1 are the coordinates of at least one point that falls on the line. The gradient m is -5 divided by 2. I'm going to choose the second point, so I'm going to use the coordinates of the second point. So it means that x1 will be 2 and y1 will be -3. Let's substitute this information into the formula. We will have y minus y1, which is -3. So we have y minus -3, and that will give us y plus 3 is equal to the gradient m, which is -5 divided by 2, into bracket x minus x1, which is 2. I'll multiply both sides by 2 to remove the fraction. So I'll multiply the left hand side by 2 and the right hand side by 2. When I do that, you see that 2 and 2 will be gone. And so you'll be left with 2 times y, which is 2y, plus 2 times 3, which is 6, is equal to negative 5 into bracket x minus 2. This will give us 2y plus 6 is equal to negative 5 times x will give us negative 5x plus negative 5 times negative 2 give us 10. When I rearrange this, I'm going to have 2y is equal to negative 5x plus 10 minus 6. 10 minus 6 will give us 4. So we have 2y is equal to negative 5x plus 4. I'll divide each term by 2. So I'll divide 2y by 2, negative 5x by 2, and 4 by 2. 2 and 2 will be gone. 4 divided by 2 give us 2. So we are going to have y is equal to negative 5 divided by 2x plus 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. An arc subtends an angle of 72 degrees at the center of a circle. Find the length of the arc if the radius of the circle is 3.5 centimeters. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that the arc subtends an angle of 72 degrees at the center, and the radius of the circle is 3.5 centimeters. The length of the arc will be given by theta divided by 360 degrees times 2 pi r, where theta is the angle subtended by the arc at the center and r is the radius of the circle. So here it means theta is 72 degrees and r is 3.5 centimeters. When we substitute that into this, we are going to have 72 degrees divided by 360 degrees times 2 times pi times 3.5 centimeters, and this will give us 4.4 centimeters. So it means the length of the arc is 4.4 centimeters. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is B. Evaluate 0.064 exponent negative 1 divided by 3. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. 0.064 can be written in fraction form as 8 divided by 125. So 0.064 exponent negative 1 divided by 3 is equal to 8 divided by 125 exponent negative 1 divided by 3. From indices, we know that if we have a divided by b exponent negative x divided by y, it can be written as b divided by a exponent x divided by y. So the numerator here will become the denominator, and the denominator will become the numerator, and then the negative on the exponent will change to positive. So if we apply that here, then we can say that 8 divided by 125 exponent negative 1 divided by 3 is equal to 125 divided by 8 exponent 1 divided by 3. The denominator becomes the numerator becomes the denominator, then the negative on the exponent changes to positive. We have 125 divided by 8 exponent 1 divided by 3. 125 can be written in index form as 5 divided by 3, and 8 can also be written in index form as 2 divided by 3. So 125 divided by 8 exponent 1 divided by 3 is equal to 5 exponent 3 divided by 2 exponent 3 exponent 1 divided by 3. Again, from indices, if we have a divided by b exponent x, it is equal to a exponent x divided by b exponent x. If we apply this here, then we can say that 5 exponent 3 divided by 2 exponent 3 exponent 1 divided by 3 is equal to 5 exponent 3 times 1 divided by 3 divided by 2 exponent 3 times 1 divided by 3. 3 divided by 3 is 1, and 3 divided by 3 is also 1. This will give us 5 exponent 1 divided by 2 exponent 1. 5 exponent 1 is 5, 2 exponent 1 is 2. So we are going to have 5 divided by 2. So it means if we evaluate 0.064 exponent 1 divided by 3, we are going to have 5 divided by 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. Two similar cylindrical shaped cans hold 2 liters and 6.5 liters of liquid. If the diameter of the smaller one is 16 centimeters, find the diameter of the larger can. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question tells us that we have 2 similar cylindrical shaped cans. Let's assume that this is the first one and this is the second one. Let's call the first one A and the second one B. As we can see, the first one is the smaller one and the second one is the bigger one. The question says that these 2 cans hold 2 liters and 6.5 liters of liquid. It means that the volume of liquid the first one can hold, I'll call that VA, is 2 liters. And the volume of liquid that the second one can hold, I'll call that VB, is 6.75 liters. The question continues to say that the diameter of the smaller one is 16 centimeters. So the diameter of A is 16 centimeters. We are going to find the diameter of B. We don't know that. The question says that these 2 cylinders are similar. If these 2 cylinders are similar, then we can say that the volume of the smaller one divided by the volume of the bigger one is equal to the diameter of the smaller one divided by the diameter of the bigger one cubed. We have the volume of the smaller one, the volume of the bigger one, the diameter of the smaller one. So we can substitute this information into the equation we have here. When we do that, we are going to have 2 liters divided by 6.75 liters is equal to 16 centimeters divided by the diameter of the bigger one cubed. Liters and liters will be gone. 2 divided by 6.75 will give us 8 divided by 27. We will give the exponent 3 to the numerator, and so we will have 16 cubed centimeters cubed. 16 cubed will give us 4096. So we have 4096 centimeters cubed. And then we will give the exponent 3 to the denominator 2. So we have the diameter of the bigger one exponent 3. Let's cross multiply here. When we do that, we will have dB cubed times 8 is equal to 27 times 4096 centimeters cubed. I want to find dB. So I'll divide both sides by 8. I'll divide the left hand side by 8 and the right hand side by 8. 8 and 8 will be gone. So I'll have dB cubed is equal to 27 times 4096 centimeters cubed divided by 8. 27 times 4096 centimeters cubed divided by 8 will give us 13,824 centimeters cubed. So we have dB cubed is equal to 13,824 centimeters cubed. I want to find dB, so I'll take cube root of both sides. I'll take cube root of the left hand side and cube root of the right hand side. Cube root of dB cubed will give us dB, and cube root of 13,824 centimeters cubed will give us 24 centimeters. So it means that dB is 24 centimeters. Remember that dB is the diameter of the larger can, and we have that to be 24 centimeters. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct one is A. The following table shows the mapping X to Y. What is the rule for the mapping? This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have X to Y. 0 will give us 5, 2 give us 3, 4 gives us 1, 6 gives us -1, and 8 gives us -3. The difference between 0 and 2 is 2. The difference between 2 and 4 is 2. Between 4 and 6 is 2. And between 6 and 8 is also 2. When we come to the Y values, the difference between 5 and 3 is 2. The difference between 3 and 1 is 2. Between 1 and -1 is 2. And between -1 and -3 is also 2. Because the difference between consecutive X values and consecutive Y values are the same, we can say that this is a linear mapping. If this is a linear mapping, then the rule of the mapping is of the form y is equal to ax plus b, where a and b are constants. We will pick two sets of values from the mapping and substitute them into the equation to find the values of a and b. I'll begin with 0 and 5. When x is equal to 0, y is equal to 5. When we substitute that into the equation, we are going to have y, which is 5, is equal to a times x, which is 0, plus b. A times 0 will give us 0, so you have 5 is equal to b. Our rule is y is equal to ax plus b, and we have found out that b is 5, so it means we can replace b with 5. So you have y is equal to ax plus 5. I'll choose the next set of values. X is equal to 2 and y is equal to 3. Let's substitute that into what we have here. We are going to have y, which is 3, is equal to a times x, which is 2, plus 5. A times 2 gives us 2a, so we have 3 is equal to 2a plus 5. When we group like terms here, we are going to have 3 minus 5 is equal to 2a. 3 minus 5 will give us -2, so -2 is equal to 2a. I'll divide both sides by 2 to find a. -2 divided by 2 gives us -1, so it means a is equal to -1. We had y is equal to ax plus 5, and we have found out that a is -1, so it means we can replace a with -1. When we do that, we are going to have y is equal to -1 times x plus 5. -1 times x will give us -x, so we have y is equal to -x plus 5. If we rearrange this, we are going to have y is equal to 5 minus x. The question tells us that x maps to y, and we have found out that y is equal to 5 minus x. So we can say that x maps to 5 minus x. So this is the rule of the mapping. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is B. The equation given to us is k is equal to square root of m minus y divided by m plus y. We want to make m the subject of the equation. M is under the square root sign, so I'll begin by squaring both sides. So I'll square the left hand side and I'll square the right hand side to remove the square root. So the square roots and square will be gone, and so you have k squared is equal to m minus y divided by m plus y. K squared is the same as k squared divided by 1. So we have k squared divided by 1 is equal to m minus y divided by m plus y. Let's cross multiply here. When we do that, we are going to have 1 times m minus y. So 1 into bracket m minus y is equal to k squared times m plus y. So k squared into bracket m plus y. 1 times m will give us m. 1 times negative y will give us negative y. K squared times m will give us k squared m. And k squared times 1 will give us k squared. I want to make m the subject, so I will send all the terms containing m to one side, and then I'll send the other terms to the other side. I have m here, so I'll keep it here, and then I'll bring k squared m from the right hand side to the left hand side, and I will send negative y from the left hand side to the right hand side. When I do that, I'm going to have m minus k squared m is equal to y plus k squared. I have m here, so I'll factor it out. When I do that, I'll have m into bracket. Here used to be m, and I've taken it out, so we have 1 minus. Here used to be k squared m. I've taken m out, so we'll be left with k squared. So we have m into bracket 1 minus k squared is equal to y plus k squared. I'll divide both sides by 1 minus k squared. So I'll divide the left hand side by 1 minus k squared and the right hand side by 1 minus k squared. 1 minus k squared and 1 minus k squared will be gone. We will have m is equal to y plus k squared divided by 1 minus k squared. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. The equation is 8 divided by 6 minus y is equal to negative 2. I'll begin by multiplying both sides by 6 minus y to remove the fraction. So I'll multiply the left hand side by 6 minus y and multiply the right hand side also by 6 minus y. 6 minus y and 6 minus y will be gone. So you have 8 is equal to negative 2 times 6 minus y. Negative 2 times 6 will give us negative 12. Negative 2 times negative y will give us positive 2y. So you have 8 is equal to negative 12 plus 2y. Let's group like terms. When we do that, we are going to have 8 plus 12 is equal to 2y. 8 plus 12 is 20, so we have 20 is equal to 2y. To find y, I'll divide both sides by 2. 2 and 2 will be gone. 20 divided by 2 will give us 10. So y is equal to 10. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct answer is A. Evaluate 61.5 squared minus 38.5 squared. This is a multiple choice question. So we will solve the question, and after that, we will pick the correct option. We are going to evaluate 61.5 squared minus 38.5 squared. This expression is a difference of two squares. From algebra, we know that if you have an expression of the form x squared minus y squared, it can be factorized as x minus y in one bracket, then x plus y in another bracket. If we apply this here, then we can say that 61.5 squared minus 38.5 squared is equal to 61.5 minus 38.5 in one bracket, then in another bracket we will have 61.5 plus 38.5. 61.5 minus 38.5 will give us 23. 61.5 plus 38.5 will give us 100. So you have 23 times 100. And 23 times 100 is 2,300. So when we evaluate this, we are going to have 2,300. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. A box contains 12 identical balls, of which 5 are red, 4 blue, and the rest are green. If two balls are selected at random, one after the other with replacement, what is the probability that both are red? This is a multiple choice question. So you solve the question and after that you pick the correct option. The total number of balls in the box is 12. 5 of them are red and 4 of them are blue and the rest are green. The question says that we select two balls one after the other with replacement. We are going to find the probability that both are red. The probability that both balls selected are red is equal to the probability that the first ball selected is red and the second ball selected is also red. And is multiplication. So we are going to replace and here with multiplication. And so this will give us the probability that the first is red times the probability that the second is red. So let's consider the first instance. Probability that the first is red. Probability that the first is red will be equal to the number of red balls in the box, which is 5, divided by the total number of balls in the box, which is 12. The question says that the balls are selected one after the other with replacement. It means that after selecting the first red ball, we will drop it back into the box and then we will select the second one. So at the time of selecting the second ball, the number of red balls in the box are still 5 and the total number of balls are still 12. So the probability that the second is red will also be the number of red balls, which is 5, divided by the total number of balls, which is 12. So the probability that the first is red times the probability that the second is red will be equal to 5 divided by 12 times 5 divided by 12. 5 times 5 is 25. 12 times 12 is 144. So this gives us 25 divided by 144. The probability that both balls are red is 25 divided by 144. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is D. Solve 6x squared minus 13x is equal to negative 5. The equation given to us is 6x squared minus 13x is equal to negative 5. If we rearrange this, we are going to have 6x squared minus 13x plus 5 is equal to 0. This is a quadratic equation. We will solve this equation by first factorizing the quadratic trinomial we have on the left hand side. The trinomial is 6x squared minus 13x plus 5. We have to factorize it. We will begin by multiplying the coefficient of x squared by the constant. The coefficient of x squared is 6 and the constant is 5. 6 times 5 will give us 30. So we will look for two numbers that when you multiply, you get 30, but when you add them, you get negative 13. Those two numbers are negative 3 and negative 10. So you replace negative 13x with negative 3x and negative 10x. So our equation now becomes 6x squared minus 3x minus 10x plus 5 is equal to 0. If we consider the first two terms, the common factor is 3x. So we take 3x out and in the bracket we will be left with 2x minus 1. If we consider the next two terms, the common factor is negative 5. We take negative 5 out and in the bracket we will have 2x minus 1 and this is equal to 0. 2x minus 1, 2x minus 1, we will pick one of them. Then in the other bracket we will have 3x minus 5. So after factorizing the quadratic trinomial, we have 3x minus 5 in one bracket, 2x minus 1 in another bracket, and this is equal to 0. If two numbers multiply to give you 0, it means that it's either the first number is 0 or the second number is 0 or both of them are 0. So here to find x, we equate what we have in the first bracket to 0. And then we will solve for x here. After that, we equate what we have in the second bracket also to 0, and then we solve for x. When you equate what we have in the first bracket to 0, we are having 3x minus 5 is equal to 0. This will give us 3x is equal to 5. I'll divide both sides by 3. So I'll divide the left hand side by 3 and the right hand side by 3. And I'll have x is equal to 5 divided by 3, which is equal to one whole number, 2 divided by 3. Let's look at the second bracket. We have 2x minus 1 is equal to 0. We will have 2x is equal to 1. I'll divide the left hand side by 2 and the right hand side by 2. So you have x is equal to 1 divided by 2. So the solution to this equation is x is equal to 1 divided by 2 and x is equal to one whole number, 2 divided by 3. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is D. This is a multiple choice question, and so we solve the question, and after that we pick the correct option. We have vector OP and vector OQ. Both of them have been given to us in the magnitude bearing form. The magnitude of vector OP is 7 meters and the bearing is 140 degrees, and the magnitude of vector OQ is 4 meters and the bearing is 50 degrees. If you have a vector in the magnitude bearing form and you want to convert it to the component form, if the magnitude is r kilometers and the bearing is theta, when you convert it to the component form, you are going to have r sine theta as the x component and r cos theta as the y component. So here, if you want to convert the vector OP, which has a magnitude of 7 meters, and a direction of 140 degrees to the component form, the x component is going to be 7 sine 140 degrees. So the magnitude sine the direction will be the x component, and then the y component will be 7 cos 140 degrees. The magnitude, which is 7, cos the direction, which is 140 degrees. This will give us 4.50 as the x component, and the y component is negative 5.36. We will do the same thing for vector QR. So when we convert vector QR to the component form, the x component will be 4 sine 50 degrees as the x component, and then the y component will be 4 cos 50 degrees. 4 sine 50 degrees will give us 3.06, and 4 cos 50 degrees will give us 2.57. So we have converted vector OP and vector OQ from the magnitude bearing form to the component form. The question says that we should find the bearing of P from Q. The bearing of P from Q is the bearing of the vector QP. So we first have to find the vector QP. The vector QP is equal to the position vector of P, which is the same as the vector OP, minus the position vector of Q, which is the same as the vector OQ. We have the components of vector OP and the components of vector OQ, so we can find vector QP. 4.50 minus 3.06 will give us 1.44. And negative 5.36 minus 2.57 will give us negative 7.93. So it means that the vector KOP is giving us 1.44 as the x component and negative 7.93 as the y component. We are going to find the bearing or the direction of this vector. Let's draw our simple xy plane. We know that the positive values of x will be here, the negative values of x will be here, the positive values of y will be here, and the negative values of y will be here. The component of KOP is 1.44, then negative 7.93. The 1.44 means that the x component is positive, and the distance is 1.44. So we have 1.44 in the positive direction of x. And the y component is negative 7.93, which means that the y component is negative. If it's negative, it means that it will come to the negative portion of y. And the distance is 7.93. So 7.93 in the negative portion of y. That is what we have here. We are looking for the bearing of P from Q. So it means the starting point is Q and the ending point is P. The bearing of P from Q will give us the total angle here, the angle from this point up to this point. But we know that the angle from here to here is 90 degrees. The angle we have here is 90 degrees. So it means that what we need is the angle here, because if we're able to find this angle, which I've represented as theta, and we add it to 90 degrees, we will get the bearing of P from Q. So let's find the angle theta here. We know that the distance from this point to this point is 1.44, and the distance from this point to this point is 7.93. So it means from here to here is also 7.93. What we have here is a right-angled triangle. 7.93 is opposite to theta, and 1.44 is adjacent to theta. So we have opposite and adjacent. We can use tan to find theta. So tan theta is equal to the opposite side, which is 7.93, divided by the adjacent side, which is 1.44. We'll get theta by finding the tan inverse of 7.93 divided by 1.44. Tan inverse of 7.93 divided by 1.44 will give us 79.7 degrees. So the value of theta is 79.7 degrees. As I've already indicated, the bearing of P from Q is the total angle here. We have seen that the one here is 90 degrees, and we have just found out that theta is 79.7 degrees. So the bearing of P from Q will be equal to the 90 degrees plus theta, which is 79.7 degrees. And this will give us 169.7 degrees. Remember, the question said we should correct our answer to the nearest degree. If we correct 169.7 degrees to the nearest degree, we are going to have 170 degrees. So the bearing of P from Q is 170 degrees. When you look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is B. Express 0.315 as a fraction in its lowest term. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We are going to express 0.315 as a fraction in its lowest term. We have 0.315. I'm going to move the decimal point to the back of the number. To do that, I'll move it 1, 2, 3. It's now here. When the decimal point is here, our number is now 315. But because I've moved the decimal point 3 times towards this direction, I'll have to multiply it by 10 exponent negative 3. From indices, we know that if you have a exponent negative n, it can be written as 1 divided by a exponent n. So it means that 10 exponent negative 3 can be written as 1 divided by 10 exponent 3. And 10 exponent 3 is equal to 1000. So you have 1 divided by 1000. So it means that 315 times 10 exponent negative 3 is equal to 315 times 1 divided by 1000. And 315 times 1 divided by 1000 is equal to 315 divided by 1000. When we simplify 315 divided by 1000, we are going to have 63 divided by 200. So it means that if we express 0.315 as a fraction in its lowest term, we are going to have 63 divided by 200. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. This is a multiple choice question. So we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The man borrowed $50, so that is the principal. And then after 3 years, he paid $75. So $75 is the amount paid, and the principal is $50. The time is 3 years. The question wants us to find the rate at which the simple interest was charged. We know that simple interest is equal to principal times rate times time divided by 100. The man borrowed $50 and paid $75 back. So the simple interest will be equal to the amount he paid back, which is $75, minus the amount he borrowed, which is $50. $75 minus $50 will give us $25. So the simple interest is $25. We have the simple interest as $25. The principal is $50. The time is 3 years. We are going to find the rate. But remember that the rate we have here is a percentage. So whatever we find, we are going to add percent to it. So the simple interest, which is $25, is equal to the principal, which is $50, times the rate times the time, which is 3 years, divided by 100. This will give us $25 is equal to 50 times 3 will give us 150. So $150 times the rate R divided by 100. I'll multiply both sides by 100. So I'll multiply the left hand side by 100 and the right hand side by 100. 100 and 100 will be gone. I'll have $150 times R is equal to $25 times 100 will give us $2,500. To find R, I'll divide both sides by $150. And $150 and $150 will be gone. R will be equal to $2,500 divided by 150. And this will give us 50 divided by 3. But as I said, the rate we have here is a percentage, so you add percent to it. So the rate is equal to 50 divided by 3%. 50 divided by 3 will give us 16 whole number, 2 divided by 3. So it means that the rate is 16 whole number, 2 divided by 3%. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is B. If we consider the diagram carefully, we can see that X, Y, and Z are the exterior angles of the triangle. When you add the exterior angles of a polygon together, you are going to have 360 degrees. So it means that X plus Y plus Z will give us 360 degrees. So the correct option is A. But let's approach the question from a different angle. We know that angles on a straight line sum up to 180 degrees. So it means that if here is X, then here will be 180 degrees minus X. In the same way, if here is Y, then here will be 180 degrees minus Y. And if here is Z, then here will be 180 degrees minus Z. So we now have the interior angles of the triangle. When you sum the interior angles of a triangle, you are going to have 180 degrees. So it means 180 degrees minus x plus 180 degrees minus y plus 180 degrees minus z is equal to 180 degrees. 180 degrees plus 180 degrees plus 180 degrees will give us 540 degrees. So you have 540 degrees minus x minus y minus z is equal to 180 degrees. When we rearrange this, you have 540 degrees minus 180 degrees is equal to x plus y plus z. 540 degrees minus 180 degrees will give us 360 degrees. So x plus y plus z is equal to 360 degrees. So the value of x plus y plus z in this diagram is 360 degrees. The correct option is A. Vector P is equal to 1, 2. Vector Q is equal to negative 2, 3. And vector R is equal to 1, 1. Evaluate 2P minus Q plus R. This is a multiple choice question. So you solve the question and after that you pick the correct option. 2P minus Q plus R will be equal to 2 times P. P is 1, 2. So 2 times 1, 2. Minus Q is negative 2, 3, plus R, which is 1, 1. 2 times 1 will give us 2. 2 times 2 will give us 4. So you have 2, 4 minus negative 2, 3, plus 1, 1. 2 minus negative 2 plus 1 will give us 5. 4 minus 3 plus 1 will give us 2. So it means that 2P minus Q plus R will give us 5, 2. When you look through the options given, see that the correct one is D. The locus of points equidistant from two given points is the perpendicular bisector of the line segment joining the 2 points. So it means that the answer to this question is the second one, B, the perpendicular bisector of the line segment joining the 2 points. In the diagram, the line PQ is a tangent to the circle XYZW. Angle YWQ is 71 degrees and angle WZY is M. Find the value of M. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question and after that we will pick the correct option. One of the theorems of a circle is that the angle between a chord and a tangent at the end of the chord is equal to the angle subtended by the chord in the alternate segment. In this diagram, we have the chord WY. This chord creates two segments. We have the major segment here and the minor segment here. We can also see that there's an angle formed between the tangent PQ and the chord WY. That angle is 71 degrees. The theorem says that the angle between a chord and the tangent at the end of the chord, that is this angle here, is equal to the angle subtended by the chord in the alternate segment. The 71 degrees we have here is in this segment, so the alternate segment will be the major segment here. The theorem says the angle between the chord and the tangent, that is this 71 degrees angle, is equal to the angle that the chord WY will subtend at the circumference in this segment, and that angle is WXY. So it means that angle YXW, that is the angle we have here, is equal to angle YWQ, which is the 71 degrees angle we have here. So angle YXW is also 71 degrees. Another theorem of a circle is that the sum of the angles a chord subtends at the circumference of opposite segments of a circle is equal to 180 degrees. We have the chord WY. As we have already seen, this chord WY divides the circle into two segments. We have the minor segment here and the major segment here. The theorem says that the sum of the angles that a chord subtends at the circumference in opposite segments of the circle are equal. So the chord WY subtends this 71 degrees angle here at the circumference in this segment, and the same chord WY subtends this angle here, M, at the circumference in this segment. The theorem says if we add these two angles together, we will have 180 degrees. So 71 degrees plus M is equal to 180 degrees. It means that M is equal to 180 degrees minus 71 degrees. And this will give us 109. So M is equal to 109 degrees. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. Find the standard deviation of 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We are going to find the standard deviation of this set of values. The standard deviation of a given set of values is given by the formula square root of sigma x minus the mean of x squared divided by n. The x values are the numbers that have been given to us, and n is their total number. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it means that n is equal to 5. So to get the standard deviation, we have to find the sum of x minus the mean of x squared. I'll do that with a simple 3-column table. In the first column, I'll have the x values. Then in the second column, I'll have the x minus the mean of x values. And then in the third column, I'll have x minus the mean of x squared. To get x minus the mean of x, we first have to find the mean of x. We know that the mean of a given set of numbers is equal to the sum of all the numbers divided by their number. We have seen that n is 5. So we will have to add all the numbers and then we divide it by 5 to get the mean. The numbers are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So when we add them, you have 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9. Then after that, we will divide it by 5. And this gives us 7. So it means that the mean of this set of numbers is 7. We can now find x minus the mean. The first x value is 5. The mean is 7. So we will have 5 minus 7. And that will give us negative 2. The next x value is 6. The mean is 7. So you have 6 minus 7. And that will give us negative 1. X value we have here is 7. The mean is 7. So we have 7 minus 7. And that is 0. The x value here is 8. The mean is 7. So you have 8 minus 7. That gives us 1. The x value here is 9. The mean is 7. So you have 9 minus 7. And that will give us 2. We can now find x minus the mean of x squared. So we will square the values here. Negative 2 squared will give us negative 2 times negative 2, which is 4. Negative 1 squared is negative 1 times negative 1, which is 1. 0 squared is 0 times 0, which is 0. 1 squared is 1 times 1, which is 1. And 2 squared is 2 times 2, which is 4. To get the standard deviation, we need the sum of x minus the mean of x squared. So it means we have to add the numbers we have here. 4 plus 1 plus 0 plus 1 plus 4 will give us 10. So we now have the sum of x minus the mean of x squared, and we have n, so we can find the standard deviation. So the standard deviation will be equal to square root of 10 divided by 5, and 10 divided by 5 will give us 2. So the standard deviation is equal to square root of 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. If 4 exponent x is equal to 2 exponent 3x minus 3, find x. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The equation is 4 exponent x is equal to 2 exponent 3x minus 3. 4 can be written in index form as 2 exponent 2. So if we have 4 exponent x, it will be equal to 2 exponent 2. Because we already have an x here, so you have 2 exponent 2x. So 4 is equal to 2 exponent 2x, and this is equal to 2 exponent 3x minus 3. The base on the left hand side is 2, and the base on the right hand side is also 2. So it means that we can equate the exponents. The exponent on the left hand side is 2x, and the exponent on the right hand side is 3x minus 3. So we can equate them. We have 2x is equal to 3x minus 3. When we group like terms, you have 2x minus 3x is equal to negative 3. 2x minus 3x will give us negative x. So we will have negative x is equal to negative 3. We want to find the value of x. So I'll divide both sides by negative 1. I'll divide the left hand side by negative 1 and the right hand side by negative 1. Negative x divided by negative 1 will give us x. Negative 3 divided by negative 1 will give us 3. So x is equal to 3. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. Simplify 100,110 plus 11011. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. These two numbers are in base 2, so we are going to do this addition in base 2. We are going to add 100,110 base 2 to 11011 base 2. Let's start. 0 plus 1 is 1. 1 in base 2 is 1. 1 plus 1 will give us 2. 2 in base 2 is 1 remainder 0. So you write the remainder 0 here, and then we will carry 1 forward to this side. We already have 1 here, so if you add that 1 to what we have here, you have 1 plus 1, which is 2. 2 plus 0 will give us 2. 2 in base 2 is 1 remainder 0. So you write the remainder 0, and then we will carry 1 forward to this side. We have 0 here, 1 plus 0 give us 1. We have 1 here, so we will now have 1 plus 1, and 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 in base 2 is 1 remainder 0. So you write the remainder 0, and then we will carry the 1 forward to this side. We have 0 here, 1 plus 0 give us 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 in base 2 is 1 remainder 0. So write the remainder 0 here, then we will carry 1 forward to this side. We already have 1 here, so we have 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. There is no number here, so you have 2 plus 0, which will give us 2. 2 in base 2 is 1 remainder 0. So it means that when we add these two numbers, we are going to have 1000001 base 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. Find the median of the numbers 34, 47, 46, 68, 76, and 81. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The median of a set of numbers is the middle number after the numbers have been arranged in ascending or descending order. That is from the lowest to the highest or the highest to the lowest. It means that before we can find the median of these numbers, we have to arrange them in ascending or descending order. I'm going to do it in ascending order, that is from the lowest to the highest. The lowest number here is 34. The one after that is 46. After 46 we have 47, then 68, 76, and 81. When we arrange the numbers in ascending order like this, we can see that if we draw a boundary here and a boundary here, we have two numbers to the left and two numbers to the right. These two numbers, 47 and 68, occupies the middle position. Because these two numbers occupy the middle position, to get the median, we will have to add them and divide the result by 2. So the median of the numbers will be equal to 47 plus 68 divided by 2. And that will give us 57.5 or 57.5. So it means that the median of this set of numbers is 57.5. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. If sin x is equal to 1 divided by q, which of the following is equal to tan x? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that sin x is equal to 1 divided by q. Let's present this on a right angle triangle. Let's consider this right angle triangle ABC. If this is the angle x, we can see that the side BC is opposite to x, the side AB is adjacent to x, and the side AC is the hypotenuse. The question says that sin x is 1 divided by q. We know that sin is opposite divided by hypotenuse. So it means that sin x is equal to the opposite side, and that is giving us 1. And BC is opposite to x, so it means that BC is 1. And this is divided by the hypotenuse, which is q, and the hypotenuse on this diagram is q. So we have AC to be q and BC to be 1. We can use the Pythagoras theorem to find AB. From the Pythagoras theorem, we know that AC squared is equal to AB squared plus BC squared. AC is q, so you have q squared is equal to AB squared plus BC is 1, so plus 1 squared. 1 squared will give us 1, so you have q squared is equal to AB squared plus 1. If I rearrange this, I'm going to have q squared minus 1 is equal to AB squared. I want to find AB, so I'll take square root of both sides. If I take square root of both sides, I'm going to have AB is equal to square root of q squared minus 1. So it means that the side AB is square root of q squared minus 1. The question says we should find tan x. Tan is opposite divided by adjacent. If this is the angle x, then BC, which is 1, is opposite, and AB, which is square root of q squared minus 1, is adjacent. So it means that tan x is equal to the opposite side, which is 1, divided by the adjacent, which is square root of q squared minus 1. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. In the diagram, a semicircle is cut off from one end of a rectangle of length 9 centimeters and width 4 centimeters. Find, correct to the nearest whole number, the area of the remaining portion. Take pi as 22 divided by 7. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The whole shape we have here is a rectangle, and this semicircle has been cut off from the rectangle. The question wants us to calculate the area of the remaining portion. As we can see, the whole thing is a rectangle, and we have cut this semicircle off. So the area of the remaining portion will be the area of the whole rectangle minus the area of the semicircle. So let's begin by finding the area of the rectangle. The length of the rectangle is 9 centimeters and the width is 4 centimeters. The area of a rectangle is given by the length times the width. So you have 4 centimeters times 9 centimeters, and this will give us 36 centimeters squared. So the area of the whole thing is 36 centimeters squared. We have to find the area of the semicircle that has been cut off, and then we will come and subtract it from the area of the rectangle. The area of a semicircle is given by half times the area of a circle, and the area of a circle is pi r squared. So the area of the semicircle is equal to half times pi r squared, where r is the radius of the semicircle. As we can see from the diagram, the distance from here to here is 4 centimeters. This will give us the diameter of the semicircle, because from here to here will also be 4 centimeters. The radius is half of the diameter. So if from here to here is 4 centimeters, then the radius will be half of 4 centimeters, and half of 4 centimeters is 2 centimeters. So the radius of this semicircle is 2 centimeters. We can find the area by substituting r is equal to 2 here. Pi has been given to us as 22 divided by 7. So the area will be equal to half times 22 divided by 7 times the radius, which is 4 centimeters divided by 2, which will give us 2 centimeters squared. This will give us 6.3 centimeters squared. So the area of the semicircle is 6.3 centimeters squared. The area of the remaining portion will be equal to the area of the rectangle, which is 36 centimeters squared, minus the area of the semicircle, which is 6.3 centimeters squared, and this will give us 29.7 centimeters squared. Remember, the question says we should correct our answer to the nearest whole number. If we correct 29.7 centimeters squared to the nearest whole number, we will have 30 centimeters squared. So it means that the area of the remaining portion is 30 centimeters squared. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. Evaluate 1001 squared minus 1. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to evaluate 1001 squared minus 1. 1 is equal to 1 squared, so 1001 squared minus 1 can be written as 1001 squared minus 1 squared, because 1 squared is the same as 1. The expression we have here, 1001 squared minus 1 squared, is a difference of 2 squares. From algebra, we know that if we have x squared minus y squared, it's a difference of 2 squares, and it can be factorized as x minus y in one bracket, then x plus y in another bracket. So if we apply this here, then 1001 squared minus 1 squared can be factorized as 1001 plus 1 in one bracket, then 1001 minus 1 in another bracket. 1001 plus 1 will give us 1002. 1001 minus 1 will give us 1000. So you have 1002 times 1000, and this will give us 1,002,000. So when we evaluate 1001 squared minus 1, we will have 1,002,000. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. The shaded portion of the diagram is represented by, this is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We have a diagram representing 3 sets here. The first one is set A, the second one is set B, and the third one is set C. And this portion is shaded. The question wants us to find the set that describes this shaded portion. The shaded portion on this diagram is made up of 2 regions. The first one is what I've indicated in red. It is the region between set A and set B. And this region is described as A intersection B, the members between set A and set B. So this is the first region. The second region that makes up the shaded portion is this one, the one I've indicated in green. And this is the region between set A and set C. And this region is described by A intersection C, the members that are shared between sets A and set C. So these 2 regions are put together to give us the shaded portion. So we can see that the shaded portion is A intersection B union A intersection C. Let's simplify this. We have A intersection here, so we can bring it out. When we do that, we will be left with B here and C here. But we have a union here, so in the bracket we will have B union C. So we have A intersection here, we will break that out, and we are left with B union C. So you keep that in the bracket. So it means that the shaded portion is represented by A intersection B union C. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. Find x if x divided by 2 plus 2x divided by 3 is equal to 14. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The equation is x divided by 2 plus 2x divided by 3 is equal to 14. To solve for x, we will multiply each term by the LCM of the denominators. We have 2 denominators here, 2 and 3. The LCM of 2 and 3 is 6. So you multiply each term by 6. We will have 6 times x divided by 2 plus 6 times 2x divided by 3 is equal to 6 times 14. 6 divided by 2 will give us 3, and 6 divided by 3 will give us 2. So you have 3 times x, which is 3x, plus 2 times 2x, which is 4x, and this is equal to 6 times 14, which is 84. 3x plus 4x will give us 7x. So you have 7x is equal to 84. To find x, we will divide both sides by 7. And so x will be equal to 84 divided by 7, which is 12. So the value of x in this equation is 12. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is B. A fair die with faces numbered 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 is thrown 2 times. Calculate the probability that the sum of the outcome is prime. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The faces of the die is numbered 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and this die is thrown 2 times. We are going to calculate the probability that the sum of the outcome is prime. To get this probability, we will first have to find the set of possible outcomes if this fair die is thrown 2 times. To do that, I'll draw a 7 by 7 table, which means that the number of columns is 7 and the number of rows is also 7. In the first row, I'll list the numbers on the faces of the die, and in the first column, I'll do the same thing too. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the first row, and in the first column, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first possible outcome is 3 and 3. So we have 3, 3. The next one is 3 and 4. The one after that is 3 and 5. We have 3 and 6, 3 and 7, 3 and 8. We can also have 4 and 3, 4 and 4, 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 7, 4, 8. We can also have 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, 5, 8. Another option is also 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6, 8. Another one is 7, 3, 7, 4, 7, 5, 7, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8. And then we can also have 8, 3, 8, 4, 8, 5, 8, 6, 8, 7, and 8, 8. They are 36 in number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So it means that the set of possible outcomes is 36. The question says that we should calculate the probability that the sum of the outcome is prime. So we have to find the sum of the outcome that is prime. That is, when we add the two outcomes, the number we will have is a prime number. So we will go through all the 36 options and see the one that when we add them, the number we will have is a prime number. Remember, prime numbers are numbers with only 2 factors, 1 and the number itself. When we go through it, you see that the first outcome that satisfies this condition is 3 and 4. 3 plus 4 will give us 7, and 7 is a prime number because 7 has just 2 factors, 1 and 7. The next one is 3 and 8. 3 plus 8 will give us 11, and 11 is a prime number. The next one is 4 and 3. 4 plus 3 will give us 7, and 7 is a prime number. The next one is 4 and 7. 4 plus 7 will give us 11, and 11 is a prime number. The next one is 5 and 6. 5 plus 6 will give us 11. The next one is 5 and 8. 5 plus 8 will give us 13, and 13 is also a prime number. The next one is 6 and 5. 6 plus 5 will give us 11, and 11 is a prime number. The next one is 6 and 7. 6 plus 7 will give us 13, and 13 is a prime number. The next one is 7 and 4. 7 plus 4 will give us 11, and 11 is a prime number. The next one is 7 and 6. 7 plus 6 will give us 13. 13 is a prime number. The next one is 8 and 3. 8 plus 3 will give us 11, and 11 is a prime number. And the last one is 8 and 5. 8 plus 5 will give us 13, and 13 is a prime number. So let's count them and see the number that we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the number of outcomes whose sum is prime is 12. And so the probability that the sum of the outcome is prime is equal to the number of outcomes whose sum is prime, which is 12, divided by the total number of possible outcomes, which is 36. So the probability that the sum of the outcome is prime is equal to 12 divided by 36. And this will give us 1 divided by 3. When we look through the options, we can see that the correct option is D. Find the value of x in the diagram. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We are going to find the value of x in the diagram we have here. On the diagram, we can see that the angle here and the angle here are vertically opposite, and vertically opposite angles are equal. So if the angle here is x, then it means the angle here is also x. This line and this line are parallel to each other. It means that this line here crossing them is a transversal. If this line is a transversal, then it means the angle x and the angle 2x are co-interior angles. And co-interior angles sum up to 180 degrees. So it means that x plus 2x is equal to 180 degrees. X plus 2x is 3x. So we have 3x is equal to 180 degrees. To get x, I'll divide both sides by 3. And so x will be equal to 180 degrees divided by 3, which is 60 degrees. So the value of x in this diagram is 60 degrees. When we look through the options, we can see that the correct option is B. If 16x squared plus mx plus 1 is a perfect square, find the value of m. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that 16x squared plus mx plus 1 is a perfect square. 16x squared plus mx plus 1 is a quadratic trinomial. If a quadratic trinomial is a perfect square, then it is of the form ax plus b all squared. So if 16x squared plus mx plus 1 is a perfect square, then it means it is of this form. Ax squared plus b all squared can be expanded as as squared plus b in one bracket, as squared plus b in another bracket. Ax times ax will give us a squared x squared. Ax times b will give us abx. B times ax will give us abx. B times b will give us b squared. When we simplify this, we are going to have a squared x squared plus 2abx, because we have abx plus abx, so you have 2abx plus b squared. As we have seen here, if a quadratic trinomial is a perfect square, then it is of the form ax plus b all squared. When we expanded ax plus b all squared, we had a squared x squared plus 2abx plus b squared. So it means that this perfect square, 16x squared plus mx plus 1, is of the same form as a squared x squared plus 2abx plus b squared. So it means we can compare the two. The quadratic trinomial given to us is 16x squared plus mx plus 1. And what we have found here is a squared x squared plus 2abx plus b squared. We can compare these two because both of them are perfect squares. So let's do the comparison. The first term, we have 16x squared. Here we have a squared x squared. So when we compare, we can see that 16 is equal to a squared. So we have a squared is equal to 16, or 16 is equal to a squared. 16 can be written in index form as 4 squared. So we have a squared is equal to 4 squared. The exponent we have on the left hand side and the exponent we have on the right hand side are the same, and so we can equate the bases. The base on the left hand side is a and the base on the right hand side is 4. So if a squared is equal to 4 squared, then we can say that a is equal to 4. So we now have the value of a as 4. Let's look at another comparison. The constant here is 1. The constant here is b squared. Because both of them are perfect squares, we can say that then it means 1 is equal to b squared. So we have b squared is equal to 1, or 1 is equal to b squared. 1 is the same as 1 squared. So you have b squared is equal to 1 squared. The exponent on the left hand side is 2. The exponent on the right hand side is also 2. So we can say that then the base on the left hand side, which is b, is equal to the base on the right hand side, which is 1. So b is equal to 1. So we have the value of a as 4 and the value of b as 1. Let's look at another comparison. We have mx here. This term is mx. Then the one we have here is 2abx. So when we compare, we can see that 2ab, which is the coefficient of x here, is equal to m, which is the coefficient of x here. So m is equal to 2ab. But we have found the value of a and b. So m will be equal to 2 times a, which is 4, times b, which is 1. And this will give us 8. So if 16x squared plus mx plus 1 is a perfect square, then it means that m is equal to 8. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is D. Given that x is equal to 3 and y is equal to 2, evaluate 4x plus 3y in mode 8. This is a multiple choice question, so you solve the question and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to evaluate 4x plus 3y in mode 8 if x is equal to 3 and y is equal to 2. Let's first find the value of 4x plus 3y. X is 3 and y is 2. So it means that where we see x, we replace it with 3, and where we see y, we replace it with 2. When we do that, we are going to have 4 times 3 plus 3 times 2. 4 times 3 will give us 12. 3 times 2 will give us 6. 12 plus 6 is 18. So it means that 4x plus 3y in mode 8 is equal to 18 in mode 8. So we have to find the value of 18 in mode 8. The value of a given number in the modulus is equal to the remainder after dividing the number by the modulus. So here the value of 18 in mode 8 will be the remainder after dividing 18 by 8. 18 divided by 18 will give us 2 remainder 2. So it means that the value of 18 in mode 8 is the remainder, which is 2. So 18 mode 8 is 2. It means that 4x plus 3y in mode 8, when x is equal to 3 and y is equal to 2, is 2. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question and after that you pick the correct option. A sector has a radius of 3.5 centimeters and the angle of the sector is 144 degrees. we are going to use this information to calculate the length of the arc that the sector will subtend at the center of the circle. The length of the arc is equal to theta divided by 360 degrees times 2 pi r, where theta is the angle of the sector and r is the radius of the circle. Here the radius has been given to us as 3.5 centimeters and the angle is given to us as theta. Pi has been given to us as 22 divided by 7. If we substitute this information into the formula, you have 144 degrees divided by 360 degrees times 2 times 22 divided by 7 times 3.5 centimeters. And this will give us 8.8 centimeters. So it means that the length of the arc is 8.8 centimeters. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is D. Find the mean of 306, 308, 304, and 314. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. We have 4 numbers here: 306, 308, 304, and 314. The mean of a set of numbers is given by the sum of the numbers divided by their number. We have 4 numbers in total, so it means n is 4. The mean will be equal to the sum of the numbers divided by 4. So you add all the numbers and you divide it by 4. 306 plus 308 plus 304 plus 314 will give us 1,232. So the mean will be equal to 1,232 divided by 4. And this will give us 308. So it means that the mean of this set of numbers is 308. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is D. Express 0.0000816 in standard form. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. A number in standard form will be of the form a times 10 exponent n. So if we express this number in standard form, it's going to be of this form. The number we are going to express in standard form is 0.0000816. To express this number in standard form, we will move the decimal point such that it will be in front of the first non-zero number. The first non-zero number in this number is 8. So it means that we will move the decimal point here in front of the first non-zero number. It means we will have to move in this direction. So you move it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When we do that, our number will now be 8.16. Because you have moved the decimal point 5 times in this direction, we will have to multiply 8.16 by 10 exponent negative 5, because we moved the decimal point 5 times in this direction. So when we express 0.0000816 in standard form, we are going to have 8.16 times 10 exponent negative 5. When you look through the options given to us, you can see that the correct option is C. The set of A is described as x is greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to b, and set B is 1, 4, 10 are subsets of U, which is described as x is greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to 10. Find A intersection B. This is a multiple choice question. So we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have 3 sets here, sets A, B, and U. The question says that set A and B are subsets of U. It means that all the members in set A and B are in set U. Let's list the members of each set. The first one is set U and is described as x is greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to 10. That is the numbers that are greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to 10. And they will be the numbers from 1 to 10. The members in set A are numbers that are greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to 4. That is the numbers between 1 and 4, with both 1 and 4 included, because they are greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to 4. So the members in set A are 1, 2, 3, 4. And as we can see, all of them can be found in set U because A is a subset of U. The members in set B has been given to us as 1, 4, 10. So we have the members in set A and the members in set B. The question says we should find A intersection B. The members in A intersection B will be the members that are in both A and B. When we consider set A and B, we can see that the members that are in both A and B are 1 and 4. We have 1 in set A, we have 1 in set B, we have 4 in set A, and we have 4 in set B. So the members in A intersection B are 1 and 4. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. In the diagram, the magnitude of px is 20 centimeters. The magnitude of pq is 6 centimeters. The magnitude of QR is x centimeters. The angle SPR is 60 degrees and the angle SRP is 90 degrees. Find x. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to find x, which is the magnitude of the side QR. Let's consider the points P, S, R. If we consider the points P, X, R, we can see that it forms the right angle triangle PSR, which I've indicated with red. In this right angle triangle PSR, the question says that angle SPR, which is the angle formed here, is 60 degrees. Considering angle SPR, we can see that the side PR is adjacent, and the length of PR will be 6 centimeters plus x centimeters, and the side PS is the hypotenuse and is given to us as 20 centimeters. Sine of 60 degrees will be equal to the adjacent side, which is PR, divided by the hypotenuse, which is PS. So cos 60 degrees will be PR divided by PS. PR is 6 centimeters plus x centimeters, and that will give us x plus 6 centimeters. PX has been given to us as 20 centimeters. So cos 60 degrees is equal to x plus 6 centimeters divided by 20 centimeters. Cos 60 degrees is 1 divided by 2. So 1 divided by 2 is equal to x plus 6 divided by 20. Let's cross multiply here. If we cross multiply, we are going to have 2 times x plus 6. So 2 into brackets x plus 6 is equal to 20 times 1. 2 times x will give us 2x. 2 times 6 will give us 12. 20 times 1 will give us 20. So we have 2x plus 12 is equal to 20. Let's group like terms. When we do that, we are going to have 2x is equal to 20 minus 12. 20 minus 12 is 8. So you have 2x is equal to 8. To find x, I'll divide the left hand side by 2 and the right hand side by 2. So x will be equal to 8 divided by 2, which is 4. So it means that the value of x on this diagram is 4. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is A. In the diagram, POQ, MON, and OL are straight lines. Angle KOL is 60 degrees. Calculate the value of x. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. If we consider the diagram very carefully, we can see that angle POM and angle NOQ are vertically opposite angles. So the angle we have here, which is angle POM, and the angle we have here, which is angle NOQ, are vertically opposite angles. And vertically opposite angles are equal. Angle POM is 130 degrees and angle NOQ is x plus 60 degrees. So x plus 60 degrees is equal to 130 degrees. X will be equal to 130 degrees minus 60 degrees. 130 degrees minus 60 degrees will give us 70 degrees. So it means x is equal to 70 degrees. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. Solve the quadratic equation 4y squared plus 5y is equal to 21. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. The equation is 4y squared plus 5y is equal to 21. If we rearrange this, we are going to have 4y squared plus 5y minus 21 is equal to 0. To solve this, we will factorize the quadratic trinomial we have on the left hand side. The trinomial is 4y squared plus 5y minus 21. So let's factorize it. We will begin by multiplying the coefficient of y squared, which is 4, by the constant, which is negative 21. 4 times negative 21 will give us negative 84. So we are looking for two numbers that when you multiply, you get negative 84. But when you add them, you are going to have 5. Those two numbers are 12 and negative 7. So we replace 5y with 12y and negative 7y. When we do that, we are going to have 4y squared plus 12y minus 7y minus 21 is equal to 0. The first two terms are 4y squared and 12y. The common factors there are 4y. So we take 4y out, and in the bracket we will be left with y plus 3. The next two terms are negative y and negative 21. The common factor here is negative 7. If we take negative 7 out, we will be left with y plus 3. So we have 4y into bracket y plus 3 minus 7 into bracket y plus 3 is equal to 0. We have y plus 3 here, so we have one of them in the bracket, and then in the other bracket we will have 4y minus 7. So we have y plus 3 in one bracket, 4y minus 7 in another bracket, and this is equal to 0. These two terms are multiplying to give us 0. It means that it's either the first one is 0, or the second one is 0, or both of them are 0. So if the first one is 0, then it means y plus 3 is equal to 0. Y plus 3 is equal to 0, and so y will be equal to negative 3. If the second one is 0, we will have 4y minus 7 is equal to 0. If 4y minus 7 is equal to 0, then 4y will be equal to 7. To get y, I'll divide both sides by 4. So I'll divide the left hand side by 4 and the right hand side by 4. And this will give me y is equal to 7 divided by 4. which when you express in mixed fraction, you are going to have one whole number, 3 divided by 4. So when we solve this quadratic equation, we are having y is equal to negative 3 and y is equal to one whole number, 3 divided by 4. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is C. In the diagram, the line PU is parallel to SR and PX is parallel to TR. SQ is parallel to UR. The magnitude of UR is 15 centimeters. The magnitude of SR is 8 centimeters. The magnitude of PS is 10 centimeters. And the area of triangle SUR is 24 centimeters squared. Calculate the area of PTRS. This is a multiple choice question. And so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We are going to calculate the area of PTRS. It is a quadrilateral. The quadrilateral PTRS is a parallelogram. So we are going to calculate the area of this parallelogram. The area of a parallelogram is given by the length of the base times the height. If we draw a vertical line from point X to meet the side PT, it will give us the height of the parallelogram. Let's call that H. The area is equal to the length of the base times the height. The base of this parallelogram is SR. The length of SR is 6 centimeters. So the area of the parallelogram PTRS is equal to the length of SR times the height. We know SR to be 8 centimeters. It is the height that we don't know. So let's find it. The question tells us that the area of triangle SUR is 24 centimeters squared. On this diagram, if we consider triangle SUR, when we draw a straight line from point U to meet SR, it will give us the height of the triangle. A vertical line from point U to meet SR. As we can see, the height of the triangle will be the same as the height of the parallelogram PTRS, which we are looking for. So if we're able to find H, which is the height of the triangle, it will be the same as the height of the parallelogram. The question tells us that the area of the triangle SUR is 24 centimeters. We know that the area of a triangle is given by the formula half times base times height. The base of the triangle SUR is the side SR, which we know to be 8 centimeters. So the area, which is 24 centimeters squared, is equal to half times the base, which is 8 centimeters squared, times the height, which we are looking for. This will give us 24 centimeters squared is equal to 4 centimeters, because half times 8 centimeters will give us 4 centimeters. 4 centimeters times H. To get H, I'll divide both sides by 4 centimeters. 4 centimeters and 4 centimeters will be gone. 24 centimeters squared divided by 4 centimeters will give us 6 centimeters. So H, which is the height of the triangle, and at the same time the height of the parallelogram PTRS is 6 centimeters. We now have H, so we can find the area of PTRS. The area of PTRS is equal to the magnitude of SR, which is 8 centimeters, times H, which is 6 centimeters. 8 centimeters times 6 centimeters will give us 48 centimeters squared. So it means the area of PTRS is 48 centimeters squared. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is C. The diagram below represents a compound which is made up of a rectangular portion 7 meters by 10 meters, and a semicircle portion. Calculate the perimeter of the compound. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that we pick the correct option. The question says that we should calculate the perimeter of the compound. The perimeter of the compound will be the total distance around the compound. From the diagram, you can see that from here to here is 10 meters. From here to here is 7 meters. So it means that from here to here is also 10 meters. Because from here to here is 10 meters. So we have 10 meters, 7 meters here, and another 10 meters here. We will need the circumference of the semicircle so that we will get the total distance around the compound. So we have to find the circumference of the semicircle. The circumference of a circle is given by the formula 2 pi r. A semicircle is half of a circle. So the circumference of a semicircle will be half of 2 pi r, which is pi r. So the circumference of the semicircle will be given by the formula half of 2 pi r, where r is the radius of the circle. From the diagram, we can see that the distance from here to here is 7 meters. So it means the diameter of the semicircle is 7 meters. The radius will be half of the diameter, which will be 7 meters divided by 2. So the circumference of the semicircle will be equal to half times 2 times pi, which is 22 divided by 7, times r, which will be 7 meters divided by 2. And this will give us 11 meters. So it means that the circumference of the semicircle is 11 meters. We cannot get the total distance around the compound. The total distance around the compound, which will give us the perimeter, is equal to 10 meters plus 7 meters plus another 10 meters plus the circumference of the semicircle, which is 11 meters. When we add this together, we are going to have 38 meters. So the perimeter of the compound is 38 meters. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. If 3x minus 7y is equal to 2 and x minus 2y is equal to 4, what is the value of y? This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we will pick the correct option. We have two equations in two variables here. We are going to solve them simultaneously for the value of y. Let's call the first one equation 1 and the second one equation 2. I'm going to use the elimination method here. I'll multiply equation 2 by 3. So I'll multiply each term in equation 2 by 3. I'll have 3 times x, which will give me 3x, negative 2y times 3, which will give me negative 6y, and 4 times 3, which will give me 12. Let's call this new equation equation 3. I would subtract equation 1 from equation 3. And so I'll have 3x minus 3x, then negative 7y minus negative 7y is equal to 12 minus 2. 3x minus 3x will give us 0. Negative 6y minus negative 7y will give us negative 6y plus 7y, and this is equal to 12 minus 2, which is 10. Negative 6y plus 7y will give us y. So we will have y is equal to 10. So the value of y is 10. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is B. Simplify 1 divided by 27 times 3 exponent negative y is equal to 81 exponent 2y. This is a multiple choice question, and so we will solve the question, and after that we'll pick the correct option. The equation given to us is 1 divided by 27 times 3 exponent negative y is equal to 81 exponent 2y. From indices, we know that if we have 1 divided by a, it can be written as a exponent negative 1. So if we apply this here, then 1 divided by 27 can be written as 27 exponent negative 1. So you have 27 exponent negative 1 times 3 exponent negative y is equal to 81 exponent 2y. 27 can be written in index form as 3 exponent 3, but we already have a negative 1 here, so you have 3 exponent 3 times negative 1. Then times 3 exponent negative y is equal to 84 can be written in index form as 3 exponent 4. We already have an exponent of 2y here, so you have 3 exponent 4 times 2y. 3 times negative 1 will give us negative 3. 2 times 2y will give us 8y. So the equation will be 3 exponent negative 3 times 3 exponent negative y is equal to 3 exponent 8y. From indices, we know that if we have a exponent x times a exponent y, it can be written as a exponent x plus y. So if the bases are the same and they are multiplying, you can add the exponents. On the left hand side, we can see that the base here is 3, the base here is 3, and they are multiplying. So it means we can add the exponents. So this will give us 3 exponents, negative 3 plus negative y, which is negative 3 minus y. And so the term on the left hand side will be 3 exponent negative 3 minus y. And on the right hand side, we have 3 exponent 8y. The base on the left hand side is 3. The base on the right hand side is also 3. So it means we can equate the exponents. The exponent on the left hand side is negative 3 minus y. And the exponent on the right hand side is 8y. So when we equate them, we are going to have negative 3 minus y is equal to 8y. Let's group like terms. When we group like terms here, we have negative y minus 8y is equal to 3. Negative y minus 8y will give us negative 9y, and this is equal to 3. To find y, I'll divide both sides by negative 9. Negative 9 and negative 9 will be gone, and so y will be equal to 3 divided by negative 9, which will give us negative 1 divided by 3. So when we simplify this, we will have the value of y as negative 1 divided by 3. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct option is B. This is a multiple choice question, and so you solve the question, and after that you pick the correct option. The equation is 3x divided by 2 minus 5x divided by 3 is equal to 1. To solve this equation, we will multiply each term in the equation by the LCM of the denominators. We have two denominators here, 2 and 3. The LCM of 2 and 3 is 6. So we will multiply each term by 6. When we do that, we are going to have 6 times 3x divided by 2 minus 6 times 5x divided by 3 is equal to 1 times 6. 6 divided by 2 is 3, and 6 divided by 3 is 2. And so you have 3 times 3x minus 2 times 5x is equal to 1 times 6, which is 6. 3 times 3x will give us 9x. Negative 2 times 5x will give us negative 10x. So you have 9x minus 10x is equal to 6. 9x minus 10x will give us negative x. And so you have negative x is equal to 6. To find x, I'll divide both sides by negative 1. Negative x divided by negative 1 is x. 6 divided by negative 1 is negative 6. So x is equal to negative 6. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A. If log 3 base 10 is equal to A and log 5 base 10 is equal to B, find in terms of A and B the value of log 75 base 10. This is a multiple choice question, and so we are going to solve the question, and then after that we will pick the correct option. The question says that log 3 base 10 is A and log 5 base 10 is B. We should find log 75 base 10 in terms of A and B. To get this, we will have to express log 75 base 10 in terms of log 3 base 10 and log 5 base 10. 75 is equal to 3 times 25. So log 75 base 10 will be equal to log 3 times 25 base 10. From logarithm, we know that if we have log A, B base x, this can be written as log A base x plus log B base x. So if we apply this here, then log 3 times 25 base 10 can be written as log 3 base 10 plus log 25 base 10. 25 can be written in index form as 5 squared. So log 25 base 10 can be written as log 5 squared base 10. From the properties of logarithm, we know that if we have log b exponent n base a, it can be written as n log b base a. So if we apply that here, then log 5 squared base 10 can be written as 2 log 5 base 10. So log 75 base 10 is equal to log 3 base 10 plus 2 log 5 base 10. The question says that log 3 base 10 is A and log 5 base 10 is B. So where we see log 3 base 10, we replace it with A, and where we see log 5 base 10, we replace it with B. When we do that, we are going to have A plus 2 times B, and 2 times B will give us 2B. So log 75 base 10 is equal to A plus 2B. When we look through the options given to us, we can see that the correct one is A.